Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Good morning.
Hello, everyone.
Well, good morning.
Hey,
Good day, Michael.
Coach
Tiger.
Jane. How's it going, bro?
What
brother?
to be with you, man. I haven't traded with you guys before, so I'm really looking forward to it. I'll be watching your show every day, though, so it's been great.
Okay.
I'm really pleased to be here.
Excellent,
Yeah,
excellent.
Same.
Just gotta-
We always see you jump in and speak, so good to finally have a session.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh, that's great.
So I'm kind of a newcomer here. I guess I'm just filling in for Richard today. He's on a Labor Day holiday, I guess. So I'll just follow your lead. Don't worry about me. I'll fit in and slot in as required. So I'm here when you call on me.
That's kind of interesting. That it's not even a holiday in South Africa, and he's the one taking off, and we're the ones over here in the Americas not taking the holiday off.
Yeah. Well, that's not fair, is it? It's not right. It's not right at all.
I know. Just get my
Anyway, good on me, a good day at the beach, I guess. Yeah, he's in Cape Town, so it's not a great day at the beach today, but I guess he'll be down there with his family or something like that.
Yeah, and that's where you're at. Is that right? Aren't you in? Are you in?
Yeah, I'm in South Africa. Yeah.
So it's not quite.
I'm actually British.
Yeah.
I'm British,
Well, that's
but I
what
live
was
on the tip of Africa. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So
Anyway.
are you fairly close to him?
Yeah, not too far. Actually, my wife has a house pretty close to where Richard lives in Cape Town. So we're down there quite often. I live a little bit further up the coast, also at the beach in a small town or city, really.
Okay.
They're all pretty small compared to what's down in the US there. When I say city, it's probably a small hamlet in one of your big city areas, New York State, for example.
I got you. Okay, like one of our suburbs, then probably. I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Okay.
That's great. That's great. Well,
Wow.
yeah, a little slower today. A little bit of Labor Day action. It's kind of funny. I totally forgot about the holiday till like Wednesday of last week.
Yeah,
Somebody had said something
Me
about
too.
the upcoming holiday. I'm like, well, wait a minute. What we got coming up? Totally forgot it was Labor Day. I'm horrible with the
same.
holidays.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because see, prior to
Yeah, me
this,
too.
I mean, I used to always do work jobs that didn't really incorporate the holidays. So I just really never kept track of them, being in certain sales gigs and medical transport, things like that. Like, when it comes to medical transport, people still need their dialysis appointments, regardless if it's Christmas, Thanksgiving, or whatever.
Sure.
So I just got to the
Right.
point
Yeah,
where I just
absolutely.
got the holiday. So I'm kind of still that way, to be honest. But I have to keep better track of that for
Okay.
my girlfriend's sake, right?
Actually, Tiger, you could for transport. You could move to Rwanda in Africa, where they have the world's leading drone delivery system for medical, all emergency sort of supplies. And they're in
Oh,
cahoots
okay.
with someone in the US, I think, and they've got this big station, a bit like the Amazon drone warehouses, and they send out medicines all over the country. It's to areas that are difficult to reach. Quite
Oh,
interesting.
okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I
Mm.
was always taking people to their actual appointments. Like here in the States, a lot of their transportation gets paid by Medicaid, Medicare, as far as the trips to and from their appointments. So yeah, I was actually the one doing that. I loved that. I was getting paid mileage at the time and driving all over the state of Kansas, Missouri, and Oklahoma. So yeah, it was a good gig
Avoiding the
while it lasted.
twisters.
But yeah, it's funny. I've lived here most of my life and never seen still have not seen a tornado yet. Right here
Wow.
in Tornado Alley, but
Wow.
yeah, it's unbelievable because
Wow.
all the time I spent on the roads, all hours of the day. But yeah, I will eventually get one on camera. That's one of my lifelong goals, is to take video of one up close and personal.
Yeah.
I've seen them
There's two
rain
things
around.
I
Good luck
don't
with
ever
that.
care to see. One's a tornado, the other's a shark. I'm fine with not ever seeing either one of those.
Yeah.
And you say you don't see very many sharks,
So,
do you, Michael? They're on the
No,
coast?
I've never seen a shark. Yeah, I've never seen a
wow.
shark over here at all. And we do
That-
deep stuff, like not scuba diving or nothing like that. But I mean, the water's open. Yeah, it's could totally be one. I just never saw one before.
Yeah. Wow. What about you, James? Do you see a lot of sharks on your coasts there?
Sure. Yeah. South Africa's coast and Australia's coast are the sharkiest for great whites. And actually, Cape Town is the great white center of the world. So, and those little sharkies go up and down the coast all around Africa. Not little ones; they're massive. Several tons. And actually, there was an American surfer in Jeffreys Bay, just up the road from us, a few years ago. I can't remember his name. And he was on his board in the competition, and a great white knocked him off his board, and the rescue craft sort of dragged him out. He didn't get bitten, but he was. I'll think of his name a bit later, but he was like one of the front runners in the compo, and he got knocked off his board by a great white in Jeffreys Bay, just up the road from us. So it is quite
Yeah,
sharky.
I remember hearing. I thought I heard a story about that in South Africa. That's why I asked for you specifically, because
Yeah.
I was pretty sure I heard about sharks up and down the coast here quite
Yeah.
a bit.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
pretty big news. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's insane. Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
It is.
I mean, I've petted some. What did I pet? It was some type of shark, I thought, in an aquarium. I just can't remember which kind it was. No, the scariest moment I ever had when it comes to sharks was actually, Michael. I was off the coast of Baja California Sur in La Paz, scuba snorkeling, and we were in like 10 foot of water, and I was probably 30, 40 feet away from the boat, and I was snorkeling, looking down, and all of a sudden I saw a bunch of sand shift, and was like, what the heck is that down there? And then when the sand settled, out jumped a ray, a devil ray, or
Yeah.
Wow.
and so a stingray or whatever it was. And all I could think in my head was the guy that got smacked in the heart, Jeffrey, or was it
Jeff Corwin.
Steve Irwin. Yeah, or whatever his name was.
Steve Irwin,
Like,
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I swam
Yeah.
probably a world record time back to the boat. I was like, I'm getting the heck out of here, only to find out they're
I
gentle.
bet.
But no, we did. But also we did. We were in the boat, probably gliding 10 or 15 feet from a big tiger shark. Actually, what it was, and that thing just was super tame. It was just
Wow.
sitting there chilling, just swimming right by us. Couldn't believe it.
Hmm.
But no, that's the closest I've been to
Wow.
a shark, and closest I thought I was to death there for a minute. 8 feet above a stingray.
I used to live near Steve Irwin's zoo. It was called Australia Zoo. It still is. I think his wife runs it now, just down the road from us in Australia. I used to live there. And what a fascinating place. And he was actually doing a crocodile show on the day that we were visiting, but he was, not I didn't talk to him. He wasn't accessible,
Yeah.
but that was quite a long time ago, 20 years ago. Great guy, super funny and enthusiastic, energetic. You got to love it, man.
Yeah.
Some Australians like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember us here in the U.S. as kids watching his show a lot. No, it was a good time.
Yeah, I was really big in
Good
the
stuff.
U.S.
Yeah,
That show was huge.
Yeah. Yeah, very big.
yeah, yeah.
Now he's got to watch the reruns on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
No, you know what it is
Good
about
deal.
the sharks and all of the water and stuff. It's the movies. The movies is what scare the hell out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We blame it on the
Yeah.
movies. It's
Yeah.
probably
Jaws.
not near as bad
Yeah.
as. Yeah. What they make it out.
So, guys, I'm pretty used to a very, in my normal session, which I'm not having today with Paul Pico later on the opening session, it's normally very frantic, and we've got like 50 minutes to get everything in and talk about a million things. I'm not used to this is a more relaxed format, so I'm not sure of the take off with it. Just relax and let you guys lead us into it, if that's okay.
Yeah. No, we usually just on Mondays, I'll go through the COT report, see what the banks did on the latest report. We'll kind of go through some top setups. I'll usually go through my top setups as far as what I track on fundamental analysis and technical sentiment analysis. And we just kind of take some turns looking at our charts and seeing some longer term plays, then drilling down into some smaller time frame plays as far as actionable items for the show itself, and helping people with risk reward management and just kind of putting the puzzle together. So no, we got 4 hours to do this thing. We got plenty of time. So
Plenty of time.
plenty of time.
Awesome.
And then we'll have a break in the middle at 5:15 my time, 5:15. So 2 hours from now, we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and do it all over again. Look, kind of review some setups and such. Michael, I watched the tail end of your stream last night. Did you get into Aussie New Zealand trade? Was it?
I did. I'm in it right now. Actually, I'm still short.
Still short? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you show us what you got? We can take a look at the COT after that.
Yeah. And what's up, chat? I see everybody here. We got Globe Travelers, Extraordinary, John Dale, Brilly, MD, Martin. What's up, everybody? What's up?
Good morning.
Happy
Good
Monday.
afternoon.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Wherever you are in the world.
Yeah. That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Cool. So I jumped into the AN here, and I'll go through everything just so you can kind of have a better understanding here in a bit, James, of like exactly what I'm looking at and how I'm trading it. I know you look at our sessions pretty often, so I'm sure you got a base understanding. Cool.
Sure.
So
Well, I don't watch it all. I watch. I've seen your level 1s and 2s. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I'm watching with great interest.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, yeah, the 1350 crosses, because I got 4 EMAs here. Only 3 of them are actually showing. Oh, okay, there's the 4th one. So this red one is the 13 EMA, and then the blue one is the 50. So when I put 1350 cross, that's this happening right here. The 2 EMAs crossing, and then this white one is the 200 EMA. So I identify the levels by the EMA crossings. In essence, they're like great landmarks for me to be able to tell where I am in the cycle. And then when I say in the cycle, I'm referring to this pattern right here. right? In essence, I'm looking for something like this when I come to the charts, right? And I want to be able to pretty much identify where I am exactly. Um, and I'm only trading level 1 and level 2. So that's why you'll see me engage at these levels, but the rest of them pass, right? So like if you ever see me come in and say, oh, this is peak high, I'm not interested in this level up here. Or obviously on the flip side, the peak low, I'm not interested in that level either. I'm only interested in these two specific levels, which would be one right here, which is level 1, which is exactly where we are right now, right? Price, what happens is we get this M structure or some type of peak, and then it kind of breaks below. Let's see here. Yeah, it kind of breaks below. And then...
Hey, Michael, stop the press. Stop. There's hot news on the press on the chat, just to call this out while it's here. There's a $5,000 giveaway in this session.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Sweet, yeah.
So
Sweet.
I guess we better tell the folks how to win this prize if they would like to be in the draw. So all you've got to do is say something in the chat and make sure your email address is in your bio and subscribe to this channel. There we go, on the screen. Fantastic. So please note, if you lack to fulfill any of the options above, even blah, 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 these are the things you've got to do. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, this one right here. There's a button below this video. And that's it, really. And go to the Instagram and follow there. Comment on the session here. And winners will be selected live during this session. And today is a $5,000 challenge account for free. So there are the things you've got to do. If you do those, you'll be in the draw for a challenge account. So let us know what you're trading. Make sure you put your email address in your bio and subscribe to the channel, and you could win a $5,000 challenge account. Sorry, Michael. It was pretty exciting news. I had to get that out.
Also, tell us Discord. Make sure you guys follow us on the
tell us hello.
The Discord as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a Discord, a fantastic Discord, and a Slack and a Discord. No Slack, there's a Discord. So you can go and chat with us coaches over at the Discord too, which is a great place to hang out.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll be posting a book reference on there later. So yeah, go check it out under the references tab.
Yeah, awesome.
I've read quite a few books. I love sharing the ones there that I've read. Just like I like to find YouTube video, kind of like a book review summary of the book that I'm referring. So it's usually about 5-10 minutes. It just gives you an idea of what that book is. See if that might be something to help you out. I post a lot of trading ones, but also things on life and business and people skills, because trading is all about psychology, right? Understanding how people tick and how they operate, how fear and greed interact with each other. So, just definitely go check that out. I'll have something good posted on there after this stream at some point here later today. So.
Awesome.
Nice. Nice. Cool. Well, yeah, guys, make sure you follow those. Get that account. I think a few guys here already have won an account before. So make sure you follow those.
I see some winners on there.
Right. And get that account. What was cool? Who was it last week? Tiger, I believe. One of the members in the chat won an account, and they already up like 3-4%. So,
who was that? Awesome. I can't remember off the top of my head. We have so many winners, Michael. It's hard to remember whom it was.
I know.
But and let us know. Yeah, guys and gals in the chat, let us know how your challenges are going too. Are you doing well? Are you doing poorly? Are you just kind of stuck at the start, afraid to push that button, right? Anything on the good side, the bad side, or in between, let us know. Let us know if there's somewhere we can maybe give you a boost, right? Help you understand how to read this report or understand that indicator, right? Trend, whatever it is. So yeah, just keep us abreast of that so we can kind of guide you along. Hold your hand and guide you along without really holding your hand. You know what I mean?
Your virtual hand.
Guys,
The virtual hand.
Coach Tiger and Coach Michael's accents are absolutely beautiful. I love them. Totally different too. You don't hear a lot of those sorts of
Yeah.
accents down here where I live, so it's a pleasure,
Yeah.
privilege.
Well, he's a Chicago boy, and I'm from. I was born here in Kansas, but I grew up in the deep south of Tennessee, so I got that southern twang still. I've never been able to shake it out of the vocabulary.
It's great. Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yep.
No,
Sorry, Michael, we dragged you away
thing.
from your level 1 crossover.
Oh no, you're fine. We got plenty of time. But yeah, I got the get the same thing. Like, where are you from exactly? I'm like, well, I was born in Chicago, grew up in Atlanta, and also South Florida. So a mix of those three. And now I'm here in beautiful Mexico.
Mexico. All that matters is Mexico.
I know Atlanta pretty well. I used to do I had some clients in Atlanta and New York City. So I know some of those areas quite well. Atlanta is a big place, man. It's,
huge.
it's got the biggest airport in the US, I think. Hasn't it? It's the biggest airport, isn't it? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
massive.
the biggest airport in the world, actually. Yeah, Hartsfield
It
Jackson.
could be, yeah.
It's either the biggest in the world or the busiest airport. One of the two. I forget.
Yeah.
But it's humongous.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Absolutely humongous.
Yeah.
And every time you go there, they're doing something new or like adding something to it. I'm like, this place is big as it can get already. It's so huge, guys. You won't believe this. But there is an entire train. They call it the plane train. There's a train that takes you to your plane. It's that huge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. I remember.
Yeah, I've been on
flown
that. I've been on it.
Yeah. It's
I tell you
humongous.
what, though, the last thing you want to do in Atlanta is drive on the freeway. I think we talked about it, Michael, but no, that freeway gets crazy because it's like 8-9 lanes wide, sun blaring in your face. Nobody pays attention to the speed limit. Like, that's probably some of the worst traffic I personally have driven in here in the States, is right there in Atlanta.
If you can look it up. Atlanta and California are the worst for traffic. Like, seriously, Atlanta traffic is horrendous, absolutely horrendous.
Yeah,
I used to say all the time, I was like, I don't want to drive anymore. I want a driver. That's what I want. I don't want to have to deal with this.
It's the LA traffic of the South.
Or Tesla. There you go.
Yep, that's it.
Nice.
That is it.
Well, sweet.
While we're here, we can switch across. I do have Michael, while we have a slight pause, I do have a couple of trades on, just to indicate on my screen. If we could just switch across very quickly, I'll show you them and we just give you a glimpse and you can go back. So I've just opened, I have 2 challenge accounts. This is a GUI trader Forex trading account. And I've got a couple of trades on here that you can see that are open. I've got one long on Bitcoin, one on Ethereum, and one on XRP. This is the hour chart, and it's moving up. There's my entry down there. A little bit of profit so far. Not a great move so far, but it's moved a little bit at least. And if you are trading Bitcoin or crypto, I think we might even have a bottom in place, and we'll talk about this a little bit later. A chart bottom, I mean, not any other sort of bottom. And I think this looks okay. So we're long and strong, and that's the trade I've got on. You can see the positions down here at the bottom of the screen, and it's also, I think that's all I'm going to show you for now. I just wanted to point out that we are long on Bitcoin. What we've got to do is break through this level right here. We're approaching it now at the roughly about the 108 and a bit level. Sorry, we're over 109 already. Wow, what's happened? It suddenly got moving. Whilst we've been talking on the stream, it suddenly surged up about $1,000 or $2. So that's pretty good. But we've got a big resistance level right above us here that we've got to get through. And we're busy probing it at the moment, just slightly above it. So we'll keep an eye on that during the stream. But my target on Bitcoin is about $136,000. We're trading at 109 now. This is a swing trade idea. But seeing as I'm day trading now on GUI Trader, we'll monitor it here. I've also opened another account, the Project X platform, which I'll also show you later on. But just to let you know, I've got some trades on 3 cryptos. These are just the big crypto coins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, all long and hoping for a strong move up today. We'll come back to the analysis of that later. Yeah.
Good old
GUI
GUI.
trade.
I just like
GUI
saying
trade.
GUI trades.
I quite like it actually. Oh yeah.
I do too.
The Project X platform is the futures platform is also pretty cool. So we've got some really good software here for Hola Prime traders. I've used a lot of platforms over the years, tens of them, and I'm really impressed with the offerings by Hola Prime. The GUI Trader and the Project X for the futures. This is for the Forex and other things. So yeah, that's all. Just wanted to point out, I've got some trades on, and we're watching that. We're watching this current level right now, and if we get a break and a close on the hourly above here, I think we've got at least another $6,000 up today, up towards 50, just quite a long way up, all the way up at a higher level up here somewhere. So yeah, that's Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Yeah, big
and
Bitcoin's the monster.
That's all. Just wanted to show you that. Yeah. You'll see. Maybe we get a really good trade out of this one today. Yeah. However, I do have a problem, and that is that if I make, this is a brand new GUI trade account, and you guys can help me out here, and perhaps some of the viewers. If I make $6,000 on this one trade, which is, I think, probably likely, I may not be awarded a live trading account, because if you do it all in one trade, it might be problematic. I'm not too sure. You guys can let me know. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, you would have to, because there's a 15% consistency rule, right? So if you make 6,000 times, you have to times that by 6. So you need to make 40,000 basically on the account in total to be able to make a withdrawal. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
The math on that, it's like an easy way to do it is if you do 100%, if you divide it by 15, because it's the 15% consistency rule, that gives you 6.66, right? So you want to do 6.66 times whatever your profit would be in this one day. So if it's 6,000, 6.66 times 6,000, yeah, that's 40,000 exactly.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, you need to make 40,000 on the account to be able to make a withdrawal. What's up, Nev?
40%. That should be easy. Yeah. Yeah.
He said that should be easy. Oh, 40,000.
Well, I'm going to have to read the rules. I'm not. I heard the coaches this morning. You were there with the other coach. Can't remember his name. It'll come to me. Who was on with you, Michael, this morning?
Tony.
Oh,
Coach Tony.
Tony. That's right. Yeah. So you were talking about this sort of thing, actually. I think Tony was, maybe you, but about risk management and the challenge. And Tony was saying, make sure you read the rules, which I haven't done. That's why I've asked you about this one trade. If I make the 6,000, there are rules that you have to adhere to, and I will read them later on today. And I may have to cut this position before it goes into too much profit. I suppose we'll see.
Yeah. Right, because that is a thing. They don't want you to be able to just, and it's a regular rule to have, like the consistency rule, right? Like, I think a lot of traders, and I hope if you guys are in the chat, if you're listening, there's 2 things that, in my opinion, traders miss all the time. And that is the consistency rule that we're speaking of now. You can't just make $10,000 in one day and just ask for a payout, right? That's just not how it works. You need to, there's a consistency rule, whether it's 15, 20%, whatever it is, like you need to hit that. And then the second one will be the minimum trading days, right? So like you can't,
right.
You can't make a whole bunch of small profits and, equal, because most of the time, like even with Hola Prime, it's 0.3%. I'm sorry, 0.30, right? So if you have, you need to make at least 0.30 of your account size for it to count as a profitable trading day. So those 2 rules traders miss all the time, and then they get upset when they get denied the payout. then they call it a scam, and this whole thing goes on. It's like, no, dude, you're not listening. Read the rules.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I
So,
fixed the problem now, so we can move on. I closed the position and took profit and entered a new position. Maybe I will read the rules, I promise. But right, I'm not trying to skirt the rules. I just don't know what they are. I suppose, as Coach Tony said this morning, we should read the rules. Anyway, good trade so
yeah,
far, and I've took profit and I re-entered the trade just to avoid some of those problems. Yeah, we'll look at that again just
right.
now.
Yeah. We'll dig in deeper into it too. Oh, he said, John Dale said, did you have position in Ethereum? Yeah, he actually does. You can actually see it on the screen now.
Just
He's in
one coin.
Ethereum now.
Yeah, just one coin. Yeah, long. So I think Ethereum, Bitcoin, and XRP are great crypto plays at the moment. I wouldn't dabble too much in the alts, although I am already myself, the altcoins, and they're all drooping down a bit. They will catch up, but first of all, we've got to see Bitcoin and Ethereum get a wiggle on. And Ethereum's done pretty well, so has Solana, but Bitcoin has been the laggard. Pattern that you can see on your screen right now, as we're looking at Bitcoin, looks quite good to me. This is the 1 hour chart, and if we go to the 4 hour chart, we've actually got a tweezer bottom, which over here, and that has about a 60% chance of success. In other words, the next candle, this current one, moving on up after the tweezer bottom. The tweezer bottom is simply a double bottom with precisely the same lows. Doesn't matter what the candle shape looks like, but as long as we've got identical lows, we have a tweezer bottom, and that indicates that this next candle, the one you're trading in right now, should be a bullish candle, about 60, maybe 65% of the time. So the next surge could be equivalent to the size of this previous candle, which should take us up to about 111, 112,000. And that's the beauty of tweezer bottoms. Also, we know when we're wrong very quickly, because if that breaks down and we close beneath there, there's a very strong probability that we'll continue moving down. It's a line in the sand, and that'll be our cutoff point. I do have my stop loss just underneath those lows, but so far so good. So I think Ethereum and Bitcoin are both good runners at the moment. I think Bitcoin actually and XRP have got more opportunity to catch up with Ethereum and Solana, and those are the two sort of not altcoins, but major altcoins that have been pumped recently. And I think even sounds a bit strange, but Bitcoin may have to catch up with the alts, and I think that's kind of what's going on right now. So I think, and Ethereum's gone quite a distance already, so be a little cautious with that. But Bitcoin's got a long way to catch up. Yeah, so I kind of like that.
Wow.
And then on your tweezer bottoms, Coach James, where exactly are you getting in on that candle? Is it like just? Is it? Yeah.
I got in. I got in on. Yeah, so I got in on the low because and I'm struggling to get my screen sorted out. I've got some other stuff at the top here, my other charts, but anyway, I can't find them. You can see the tabs at the top of your screen, but I can't see them at the top of mine for some reason. Or maybe it's over here. Oh, hang on, I found it. Let me just show you this very quickly. Okay. Bitcoin. Here we go. That should flash up, or maybe it's not going to. No, it's not going to. I've got it on a different thing. Anyway, don't worry about it. I will come back to these charts just now. I've got to switch my screen share over to go onto TradingView. I've got a bit of a funny setup. I've got screens everywhere. But basically, Bitcoin just reached a precise level, a precise point on the chart that I was looking to buy at. So I just bought at that level. And at the bottom of a big megaphone pattern, previous swing low, and some 15-minute chart setups that I was observing. I've been trading this all night, so that's why I look like I've been trading it all night. It's Bitcoin season, that's what one does, right? So I was waiting for that point and I got in, not for any other reason. Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
I don't know. Can you see that on your screen? Can you see? Oh, maybe you can see it. Hang on. You can see my charts. There we go. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Here we go.
We didn't
Oh,
know you were
that's
talking
excellent.
about this.
Okay. Yeah. So I've got my tech's working a lot better than it normally does, so I'm pleased about that. So here's the megaphone bottom. That's this sort of pattern that you can see. And really, I just waited for that to get down to the previous low. Let's zoom in. And the megaphone bottom. And I was looking for a double bottom, tweezer bottom. That's what we got. This is a day.
Okay.
And this is a classic reversal pattern going on right here. And we made a fractionally lower low compared to that big bear candle, but only at the megaphone bottom. And it's now a beautiful and perfect tweezer bottom. And we have a new high. And today's candle is a piercing pattern candle. So we went below yesterday's candle and we've moved above it now in subsequent moves, which means we took out the lows and we're now taking out the highs. And that's very, very bullish. And my target really is just up at the big white line in the center here, right there. 118, that's the point of control. Big volume bump there. And what I do also like is that we're forming a new volume bump or hump over here where we're currently trading, forming a beautiful solid platform. And all we've got to do now is get out of there and break out of that volume zone through this trend line, close above it. And we're still not out of the woods because we've got this flat bottom we've got to get through here. And 100-day moving average, that's the skinny white one that's curling up from underneath. If we can close above there, I think we're set. And we're going back to the top of the megaphone, and we're going to the Fibonacci extensions all the way up here at about 136. That's a quadruple Fibonacci extension zone. And if you draw this megaphone properly, which I haven't done today, it kind of meets the top of the megaphone at the same level, 136,000 on Bitcoin. And I think we'll get there in 2 weeks' time, literally 2 weeks' time from today. So by the 14th of September, and this is not a projection, it's not pseudoscience, it's simply based on the structure of this chart and the angles that we've been trading with. Normal, standard trading stuff will take us to 136 in 4 weeks' time. Or not. Yeah.
Or not. It's interesting to hear megaphone pattern and seeing it on.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I've heard you talk about megaphone patterns on your other streams quite a few times, and now I see that it's basically what I would call, Michael, you know this, the same thing as the expansion legs, right? When you're looking at a master pattern,
yeah,
get your contraction, you get your
it's
legs,
expanding pattern, megaphone,
right,
trumpet,
yeah, it's just
saxophone.
Cool to see.
Loudmouth, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're always talking about
so
that.
these are very good patterns.
Yeah, agreed. No, it's just interesting to see all the different names we all call it, but we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah. And then I may as well just finish off here just in the next couple of minutes while we're talking about, while we're on this page. This is my gold chart. And I think I saw a question about gold and where we're going. I kind of think that this is a play if you're looking to trade this. And let's quickly make a little blob there with some color. So this is what I think we could do. So we've got this big, and you've watched me over the last number of days talking about this big pattern, this rising triangle, ascending triangle. We've broken out through the top now. We've got this previous all-time high to the left, which we're approaching very rapidly. And I think we're going to have to reject there, come back down to the breakout point. And as the charts do all the time these days, they don't respect these levels very obediently anymore. But we'll probably get a dip back into the triangle, which is incredibly annoying and frustrating. But it does create extra liquidity for the longs because we get a few of those short hands, those paper hands, the long hands, the long paper hands get taken out when we dip below those lines. So that's what algorithms these days drive about 70% of the trades, and that's what the algos are set to do. So be careful of that. If you do want to buy, go for a fake break back inside this triangle, or maybe try at the top of the triangle if you want to. If you get FOMO, I get FOMO. Everyone gets FOMO. If you don't have FOMO, you're not a trader. So, so don't FOMO into this long trade right here at the blob. All right, that's all I'm saying. But don't get rid of your FOMO because you need FOMO. It keeps your edge. It keeps you interested and excited, but as long as you don't act on it too much, that's okay. So don't FOMO into this long trade, even though we've broken out of the triangle. Wait for it to come back down and probably back into the triangle, possibly even down to the bottom of the triangle, which is even more scary for a lot of traders when that happens, and it often does happen. So wait for that to happen, and all you have to do is wait for the rejection here, zoom into the 4-hour or the 1-hour, or if you're a day trader, you might go down to the 15, 5, or 3-minute charts. But here's the 4-hour. We're looking for a reversal somewhere over here. For us, I'm not selling this, by the way. I'm long already. I'm long from miles down below us at 3330. But I'm looking to add some more to this long trade. If we get a dip back down to here, this is what we looked at on the day chart, I'll start to get interested in adding to that long trade on the bounce. And it's very simple. Just watch for 4-hour reversals if you're a swing trader, or if you're a day trader, look at the 15 or the 5-minute charts and start to pick out your reversal patterns or plays. Let me just reset this quickly. Very red. So here we are. There's the 15-minute chart, and you can see perhaps we've already reached the top and we're moving back down to pick up some liquidity lower down. We do have a slight rising double top here, which is kind of bearish here on the 15, and so on and so forth. So all I'm saying is be careful on gold. Don't FOMO into this rally. Wait for the dip and be prepared for what you expected. And there's the point of control, the white line. Don't be surprised if that gets retested as well. I'm hoping none of that will happen, actually. I want us to get down to the top of the triangle, maybe fractionally within it. And I'll be looking to add to my long position. I've got about, I don't know, 60% of what I want on this trade so far. So it's a fair chunk, but it's not quite enough. So that's the play on gold.
Right.
Silver,
Nice.
long.
Yeah,
While we're here, let's just finish off. Sorry, I don't mean to hog the thing here, but we're here, so yeah. So this is silver. We've been long from all the way down here. Our first tranche, second tranche, third, fourth, and I've now hedged the entire lot right here. That's what this orange arrow means. The green ones are the buy positions, and I've hedged the entire lot, simply because I think that gold may have to do this. Excuse me about the coughing. I've got a little flu still. Simply because gold may have to do that little retracement that we talked about a short while ago, and perhaps silver has to do the same thing. So I've locked in profit on silver, and I have not locked in any profit on gold, waiting to buy and add to that long position. And finally on copper, a lot of folks asking about copper yesterday, and are we getting going? Well, this might be the slowest trade in all history. We got long at the bottom. This is the big move up on copper caused by tariff fears. There was talk about America putting tariffs on, believe it or not, on copper, gold, silver, and various other raw materials, uranium, mostly energies. Of course, that wasn't going to happen. And when the market realized that copper just came back down to where it belonged, back down to the rising trend line underneath us. And that's where I wanted to buy. We were long. This is one of the best trades I've had this entire year, by the way. We got long at the trend line, the green one. We got out crisply at the top. We sold at the top and reversed to get back down to the trend line, and now we're long again. We got that entire move up and down and banked all of that. So, and I'm not saying that is because I am a guru on trading copper. It was just lucky that we had a weird reaction to a weird idea, tariffs on copper, and then the market realized that this is all just nonsense. So we came back to the sharper trend line, the steeper one. There's a shallower trend line just below us that we may have to visit. I hope not. Doesn't matter if we do. I'll hedge it and buy a lower down. But I do kind of think we might hold here, actually. This is looking great. This is a day chart, believe it or not. So that's about 3 weeks, maybe a month even. Let's see what the date was. Yeah, exactly a month. We'll be going sideways. We bought on the 31st of July, and we're now, yesterday was the 31st of August. So can we get this wiggling up here? I think so. And as I said in my live stream yesterday, I think at the very least, copper is going to bounce in protest after being shoved around so unceremoniously and bullied in such a horrible, unpleasant manner. I think it's going to do a protest rally back into these moving averages just above us.
Protest rally.
So, yeah.
I like it. Protest rally.
So that's it on
Nice.
cryptos and metals for me.
No, I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, that gold level you got is pretty close to where I'm at. 34.10 is basically where I'm trying to buy. Get that retracement back from the.
Okay.
It's just nice to finally get out of that 3-month or 4-month long sideways trend. I mean, even if just for a day's candle, right? So, yeah, hopefully we get a retracement and push back up. I'm along for the ride.
Yeah. So we have a real danger here, though, of a double top. So all of this pent up energy is going to explode, right? We haven't exploded yet because we haven't got a new all-time high. We have got out of the triangle, which is a good start, but we haven't got through there. And that blob rejection could be pretty severe. Don't rule out, don't get caught holding gold longs. That's all I'm saying. We could get something quite severe like that. All right. So use stop losses or hedges. Make sure you don't get caught holding the long gold bag. But I do hope, and I think the most likely scenario is that we'll dip slightly down into this triangle somewhere and then bounce out of there quite dramatically. And that bounce should be very, very fierce. In fact, I've got it drawn on here already. I thought we were going to bounce about a month ago, as you can see from my line that I had drawn in previously. So let's get rid of that one. I think this bounce is going all the way up to close to $4,000. So somewhere up there. And I think this gradient or angle will be pretty steep too. So let's go with a steep from the rally up here into the flag. Let's use that same gradient. Mostly charts will follow the same gradient, depending on the personality of the instrument. And we'll do it most of the time throughout their trading history or lives. So I'm using that same approach angle. So it's not going to be as steep overall as I've got drawn there. But, so we may have to wiggle around a bit. But eventually I think we'll get to... so that's the kind of gradient, this green line, the longer green line. So, we're going to sort of wiggle around a bit and stick to that sort of gradient. And I think we'll end up close to $4,000, something like that. Yeah. Maybe 3.8, maybe 4.2, 3.7, 4.3, but around about the $4,000 level, give or take 5% or so. So I think that's where we're heading on gold. And then I think we're probably going to sell it. Gold, what it does really after these big rallies, it doesn't do very much for months and months and months. And there's another good example. We've just come out of something similar, but we'll get some dips. We'll get some dips down to the purple line here is the 200-day moving average, and we'll get some dips down to it. We're so far above it, and we have been for such a long time that it's been left behind. So, and it's not going to catch up with us very easily at the moment. So we're going to have to probably dribble down after making a new higher high. Yeah, but pretty positive on metals overall, and that includes gold, silver, copper, uranium, and the other one that goes into batteries. Whatever.
I don't know.
Is it platinum?
Lithium.
Yep.
Lithium. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 3,500
So
level is going to be fun to see what it does. It's going to be interesting. It's not too far. Is it going to blow through
gold,
it? Is it going to sharp revert? Yeah, on gold, yeah. Good deal.
Yeah. Super
Good deal.
interesting.
Guys and gals, the chat was here in about 10 minutes. Just so you know, I'll go through some events for you. So we'll stay tuned for that.
I look like we got a poll here. Which item in
got?
Coach James' trading room gives out the strongest trader vibes?
What's that?
Is it the glowing Bitcoin sign? Most definitely.
Oh, the poll.
Yeah, the poll.
Yeah, the poll.
I didn't see the poll. I'll get it up. Let's have a look.
The towering trading chart.
Which item in Coach James' strongest trader vibes? The Bitcoin sign. It's got to be the Bitcoin sign, right?
For sure.
The mystery object. Mystery object by the monitor. I don't know what that is. Serious curtains. Secret traders. Yeah.
I mean, I'm going with
I'd say the Bitcoin sign.
Yeah, that's obvious, but I'm going with the screen just because you got screens behind you. You're not even looking at it.
Yeah.
Like you got screens all over that place. So that's pretty serious. You got to spin around to see everything.
This is the mysterious object.
Is that what?
That's what it is. It's an antique Toby jug from the UK. Antique Toby jug. Yeah.
Is that the good luck charm?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'll hand back to you, Michael. I'm sorry to have hijacked your beautiful analysis of level 2 trades on Aussie, New Zealand. We can get back to that.
Oh, you are totally fine. You are totally fine.
No,
I'll go over that here.
We butt in with each other all the time. It's normal.
Yeah, we got enough time. We got hours, so.
Yep. Plenty of it.
Cool, guys. Looks like we got a decent amount of people in the chat. Thanks for joining, guys. Thanks for jumping on. What's up, Dwight? Good morning. Good morning. Oh, Dunwhite, I'm sorry. Guys, as you can see, we are doing the $5,000 challenge account giveaway. All right. If you look in the chat, just up just a little bit, you guys will be able to see to enter. Go ahead and make sure you subscribe to YouTube and our Instagram handles for Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global. Obviously, guys, comment in the live session here whether you want us to look at a chart. Looks like I see a Globe Traveler just did asking about Euro USD. If you want us to do a breakdown on something, maybe you're in a trade or you're thinking about getting a trade, you want to hear what we think about it, please post it in the chat. We will definitely answer it for you. All right. And then lastly, guys, make sure your email is in your YouTube bio so we can actually contact you. And of course, make sure you join the Discord as well. There's a section in there for winners, right? So if you are not in the Discord, make sure you guys join that as well. And I think we're going to announce that probably around 6 Central. So maybe in about 2 hours. Is that what we're around?
Yeah.
Probably we're around to do it, Tiger, about 2 hours.
Yeah. Usually about that time. Yep. About 6.
Awesome.
6.
Yeah, stay tuned for that, guys. Again, let us know. Show us some love. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. And, yeah. So, cool. Back in, if we can get it over to my charts, I will just go over this AEN trade that I'm in here now, AUD, NZD. And then looks like we'll hand it over to Tiger here in a moment to get us some news. Check out the news here in a bit.
Yeah.
Cool. So let's get my screen up here, guys. Let me finish breaking down this AUD NZD trade here.
We'll come back to that natural gas chart in a little while, folks. Don't worry about it. Don't panic. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
Stay tuned and make sure to like and subscribe at the same time.
Yes. Tanil. Oh, we're popping today. We got like 23 people in here. That's what's up. You guys, stay tuned. We got a lot of good stuff going on today. Cool. So getting into it, as you can see here, this is the same exact thing that I'm looking for, right? So the 1350 cross. Whoops. Once I can tell I'm in level 1, once this happens. And then next up will be in once this 5200 crosses. That's how I know I'm in level 2. Right? Typically in this level 1, I'm just looking for this bounce off the 50. And literally exactly what I'm looking for is happening right here on the left-hand side. Right? So again, I'm only trading these 2 levels. I have about 8 different setups in these 2 levels. Some of them are really close, but just slightly differences, which I'll show in a bit as well. In fact, I'm actually going to take this trade again for a second position in the next 5 minutes because this is just looking too good, especially the way this candle is going. All right, so as you can kind of see here, we got this peak top here, right? This M kind of top. We got this rundown, right? And retesting this level. Now you can tell this little wick here is really what retested it, right? So I don't see price going back above this wick at all. So that's where I really want to be in at. We'll have my stops above that point, really. So it's literally the same thing, guys. You see I got this M structure here at the top. I got the break, and I got the retest of this exact level. That's what's happening here. We got the M top, right? Still, this is the peak high, right? PH is peak high. I just, whoa, not mean to do that. Just want to use shorthand. I don't have a whole bunch of words on here. Didn't. So PH is peak high, right? So same exact thing is what we're looking at. We got the run. It misses the 200 EMA, the pullback to the 50 and drop, right? This is the exact move right here.
That's his tattoo, James.
Yeah, he'll see this a lot.
He's got that tattooed on his thigh.
I felt the guy once. 110. Cool. Let's jump in here again, guys. I am really liking this level here. So let's see. This stop is at 110. Let me make sure. Yeah, about 110. Yeah, so I'll just put the stop there. Put this bad boy at 110 or 1110. Right, scoot this down just a bit. I'm only in halfway right now. I'm about to put my other half of my position on here shortly. And then this TP is about right here. All right, so this is about 10:05. Now, I do need to wait for a small pullback because otherwise this will not make it. Right? Oh, I'm sorry, it's 1065. I'm like, well, how can I make that much off of this? All right, that makes more sense. 1065. All right, and now this entry price that I really want to get this in at is here. So that is 1090. Yeah, about 1090. So cool. Let's just throw this pending on here at 1090. 1090. Cool. Oh, I'm totally forgot you guys can even see my screen. I'm gonna share my full screen here. 1090. Okay, cool. So is this right? Yes, it is. So 1090 is where I want to get in here just to double check it. Yeah, 1090. Cool. All right, so 1090 we're in. Well, this is the entry price I want to get in at. And then just 1110 for the stop. One last double check. 1110 is cool. All right, this is good enough. So I'm just going to hit this. This is the pending. So we got our working order right here. And this is the one we're actually already in. Then let me change this back. And then I just want to put a little alert here. It just says, hey, this thing triggers your order. So I can actually know. I'll just put it, say, second position. All right, cool. And then something else I just like to do too is I just like to have my other orders on here as well. I'm going to take this off because it's kind of throwing me off a bit. All right, so I'll have another alert here that just says, hey, this thing is coming back. You know, be careful. Coming back.
Cuidado.
Sí, cuidado.
Cuidado.
Right, and we got stop loss hit, which I do not want to happen, obviously, right? Then I like this one that's pretty much halfway, a little bit, so somewhere around here. This is typically where I would move my stop loss to break even. SL to BE, the stop loss to break even. Then, of course, my signature TP smacked.
TP smacked.
Boom. So once I do this, I'm pretty much set. I don't have to like actually.
That's kind of funny, Michael. Your alerts. So when they flash up on your phone or your computer, it tells you exactly what's going on. I like that.
Exactly. And I even have an Apple Watch, so like I could be wherever. It shows up on my watch too. It's like
yeah, brilliant. I love it.
All right. What do you
Sweet.
say we find
Well, that's
out
time,
some
guys.
news?
Let's
See
head
what's
on
going
over
on.
let's head on over to Tiger.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's.
All right, folks, welcome back to Forex Fire, where we turn market chaos into actionable intel and hopefully don't get our fingers burned in the process. So strap in, because we've got a lot to unpack from the end of last week and a look ahead of to see what's cooking this Monday, which is a bit quieter thanks to the U.S. holiday. It is Labor Day, of course, here in the States. So let's start with the star of the show, or should I say the party guest that everyone wishes would leave early, the U.S. dollar. The Dixie is looking a bit defensive as we kick off the new week and a new month, basically extending its woe is me routine from last week. And this is happening even with a generally risk-averse mood out there. You know it's bad when the dollar can't even get a bounce from a little market fear. The greenback is basically bearing the brunt of everyone and their mother betting that the Fed is going to cut rates this month. I've seen stronger convictions at a kid's birthday party when the cake comes out. The latest PCE data, the Fed's favorite inflation snack, came in pretty much as expected on Friday, and that was all the confirmation the market needed to price in about a 90% chance of a rate cut. It's not a bet. That's a near certainty. So the dollar is sulking in the corner while everyone else gets to play. And who's having a party at the dollar's expense? Well, pretty much every other major currency for starters. The Euro USD pair is hanging tough above the 1.17 level, and the British pound US dollar pair is grinding its way higher above 1.35. Even the COM-dolls are getting a lift, with the Aussie and the Loonie oscillating in their ranges, though falling oil prices are keeping the Canadian dollar's party hat a bit askew. But the real rock stars are the precious metals. Gold is chilling just below its all-time high, looking like it's about to break into a record-breaking guitar solo. And silver? Oh man, silver went full 80s hairband and blasted to a high we haven't seen since September of 2011, breaking above the $40.50 level. Someone check on the werewolves and vampires, because silver is on a tear. And now the drama isn't just confined to economics. We've got a full-blown geopolitical soap opera providing plenty of safe haven demand as well. Russia decided to launch a hold my vodka offensive on Ukraine over the weekend with hundreds of drones and missiles, and President Zelensky is now promising to return the favor with strikes deep inside Russia. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, the Israel-Hamas conflict is still simmering. This has all given a big boost to traditional safe havens like the Japanese yen and, of course, gold. The yen is also getting a boost from growing chatter that the Bank of Japan might finally be getting ready to hike rates out of negative territory. It's like waiting for a snail to win a race, but hey, progress is progress. This creates a huge policy divergence with the Fed, which is why the US dollar Japanese yen pair keeps getting smacked down every time it tries to break meaningfully above the 147 handle. And speaking of central banks, let's hop over to Europe for a quick sec. ECB President Christine Lagarde came out to do some damage control, basically saying France's banking system is not about to implode and is in a better place than the 2008 crisis. Well, that's a relief. The bar is on the floor, but hey, we'll take it. She also said France doesn't need the IMF to step in, which is the financial equivalence of I'm fine, everything is fine, while the room is slightly on fire. The euro did get a tiny boost from some hotter than expected German inflation data, but political uncertainty in France is still a wet blanket on any major rally. And we can't forget China. Their private sector manufacturing activity surprisingly jumped back into expansion territory in August. It's like that one friend who says they're fine after a breakup, but you're not really sure you believe them. This gave the Aussie and the Kiwi a little bit of lift, though the Aussie is contending with some truly awful building permits. I've seen stronger structures made out of Legos. And the Kiwi got an extra boost from that Chinese data as well, pushing the New Zealand dollar US dollar pair towards 0.5905. So what's on tap for this shortened U.S. week? Well, with today being Labor Day, the markets are taking a nap. But don't get too comfortable. This entire week is basically just the opening act for the main event on Friday, which, of course, is the U.S. non-farm payrolls report. This jobs data is going to be absolutely critical for confirming or denying those nearly unanimous Fed rate cut expectations. It is the Super Bowl of economic indicators this week, so traders are likely to be a bit cautious, maybe even a little jittery as we wait for that number to drop. We'll also get a peek at the ISM manufacturing PMI tomorrow to warm us up. So to sum it up, dollar is down, bad on Fed cut hopes. Metals are shining brighter than a disco ball. Geopolitics are a mess. Everything now hinges on Friday's jobs. It is setting a week where we all just hold our breath until the end. Thanks for tuning in to Forex Fire. And then just one last quick thing on the economic calendar. Let me just get rid of my lower impact events real quick. So yeah, just a reminder, as far as today's economic data, the US PMI data does come out at 10 a.m. New York City time. So that is Eastern Standard Time. And then at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, we do have Aussie's GDP report coming out. So those are the two main events today. Looking ahead, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, that's Tuesday. I was looking at the wrong day. We got nothing today. We are the red events, but that's your Tuesday events. Wednesday, we do have RBA Governor Bullock speaking for Australia at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then the JOLTS job openings at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is Wednesday. Looking over to Thursday, Swiss franc CPI report is at 2:30 a.m. Eastern Standard. ADP non-farm employment change for the dollar and unemployment claims numbers come out at 8:15 and 8:30 respectively. ISM services PMI 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then finally on Friday, we do have our normal weekly employment numbers coming out at looks like 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Canada's as well. So that's just a little bit about this upcoming week. And with that, we'll get back to some charts. Back to you guys.
Hey, folks.
Right.
Yeah,
Nice,
yeah.
Tiger, as always.
Thanks for the news, Tiger. I enjoyed that. I like your dad jokes too.
Yeah, you got to dress it up, man. You know how it is. Trading sometimes can be a boring thing, so we got to get some laughs. We got to wake people up.
Yeah.
Including
Very
ourselves,
cool.
since it's 4 a.m. here where I'm at.
Oh, wow. Yeah, of course. So I think the big news items, Tiger, JOLTS on, I can't remember if it was JOLTS jobs are Wednesday or Thursday. I think it's Thursday, but then non-farm payrolls Friday.
Wednesday.
Fed's got Wednesday. Yeah, okay. The Fed has only two mandates, really. That's what they say. I don't believe any of it, of course, but two mandates. That's keep job stability and inflation stability, right? But jobs are kind of important right now because inflation is more or less under control, if you believe the numbers or the numbers that they present to us. So let's say inflation's on the back burner for now. So it's all about jobs. So Friday's jobs number, considering also that they've revised that number downwards about 5 times in the last 7 months or so. So it's going to be an important number. And I think that'll probably be the kickoff into what's coming in this next quarter. Jobs, and then of course the Fed and its the interest rates. So two very important numbers coming up, and they will probably affect the way the next part of this market goes in the next month or two. So we work closely.
Yeah, no, me and Michael actually last night we were talking about the NFP, how they constantly revise it up and down. I mean, it's just crazy. We can take another look at that chart here in a bit when we switch to my screen. But yeah, it's kind of comical, right? I always say the economists are like meteorologists, right? They're constantly getting these numbers off, and then they still get paid, and they come back the next time. So yeah, it's comical. But we'll take a look at that chart. I actually have a pretty cool chart to show on that when we get over to my screen. So, but yeah, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to be economists. All right, we just trade the price action. I mean, it's good to know the basic understanding of how all these reports affect the various currency pairs and assets to trade. But yeah, just don't worry
Delco
about.
says if the jobs, Delco say, in the chat says if the jobs the JOLTS jobs come in weird on Wednesday, that's really going to motivate probably another firing of another statistician.
For
So
sure.
it's not a great job to be in at the moment, being a stats person, is it? Find another career,
Yeah,
I
right.
reckon.
Will we actually get the truth this week? We'll have to find out.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Like, don't be telling
Yeah.
those people the truth.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll find out the next time when we get the revision. Of course, do we believe the revisions? Right?
No.
Right.
Interesting stuff.
Nice.
All right, Michael, let's
Yeah,
go on with the Forex stuff, I reckon.
Yeah. So my pending order just was triggered. I don't know if you guys, maybe you didn't hear that, but yeah, it just got triggered. So it did pick me up. So we
All right.
are in the game.
Awesome.
I'm fully in this
And like
position
planned.
at the moment. Yeah, we are good to go now. So next area, I'm just looking forward to get to here, pretty much around here. And that's not just move my stop loss to break even, take some risk off the table. Probably take half positions off. And that's it. I'll just let this bad boy ride for the rest of the day. See what happens. This is the main one that I'm looking at for today. Again, I know we got the holiday today, so not expecting too much action. But I was looking at this last week. So when I saw it set up yesterday, or last night rather, I didn't want to miss it at all. So we'll see how this one pans out. But definitely a great setup. This is actually my favorite setup, as I mentioned. This is my A+ trade. I call it the master trade. Any trade coming out of level 1 and retest this area here, like this did, is good. Good. This is the only setup that I will take on Sundays, if that means anything. It's that high probability that I'll take it on a Sunday. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me for now. Yeah, I'm not really looking at anything else. Not at the moment.
Sounds good.
So we can get on over to you, Tiger.
Yeah, we can definitely take a quick peeky here. And we'll take a look at the COT report, some of the top setups I'm looking at, some alerts and such. Let me see here. I was just trying to remember where I had my... Oh, yeah, right there. I guess it is. Gold. That's right. Okay. So, yeah, back in. We could get on over to my chart when you get a sec. I'm just going to get the more up-to-date report over here on my screen. So let's do this. Copy, paste. All right, there we go. So yeah, back in. Let's get on over to my chart when you get a sec. And we'll go through some COT action here. Get one more item up here. I just want to take a quick look at this. Copy, paste one of my screens. And there we go. Okay. So yeah, let's see here. Where did I got my report? I need to go back to the dollar. So COT report. So this is what I always go over on the Sunday show. I just like to see where the big banks kind of moved around the previous week. I think I told you guys last week I didn't really pay a ton of attention to the COT report because obviously everything changed with the dovish tilt from Fed Chair Powell's speech 2 Fridays ago. So obviously the COT report being updated as of the previous Tuesday. So this report, when they release it on Fridays, is always 3 days late right off the bat. So it's the 3 day ago Tuesday to the Tuesday prior, 3 days to 10 days in advance. That's kind of the easiest way to remember that. So a little bit on the delayed side, but it is always nice to see where the big banks and institutions are positioned because they're the ones that, you know, typically are making the money and moving the market. So yeah, just looking at last week, I mean, the Russell 2000 was really the only one that had anything of significance as far as it changed. They did increase their long percentage they did increase 2.67% longs and everything else was pretty well, not very substantive in my opinion. I mean, you had the yen and the dollar, which was the highest increases at 1.5% for the yen, 1% for the dollar. So again, nothing too substantial. Bitcoin 0.86%, and then on the sell side, those that did increase their shorts was the Aussie dollar, the British pound. Those were both 1.85%. It looks like. New Zealand at 0.78%. So nothing too crazy. Oil did drop 1.16% as well. And then looking at the indices as a whole, again, the Russell was the only one that moved at a decent clip at 2.5, and then you did have NASDAQ 0.66 increase of their longs, Dow minus 0.18, Nikkei minus 0.39, and then the S&P minus 0.73. The Nikkei was the one that was the big winner the previous couple of weeks. I think 2 weeks ago, they increased it by like almost 10%. And then last week was a plus 7%, I think it was, or maybe it was plus 8%. So they were pretty interested in the Nikkei over the last couple of weeks. But yeah, again, that one's kind of come back down to earth somewhat. So, but yeah, again, it's just kind of a boring report. I mean, outside of the Russell, which as always, I don't trade Russell just because I don't have it on any of my platforms. Otherwise, I definitely would be interested in it. But
right.
But yeah, that's just kind of a look at the big banks, see what they're doing. It's not the end all be all. I say that as a disclaimer every single time. Okay, COT report is not the end all be all, but it's just one that I really like to pay attention to. I like to add that into all my analysis. So just going back to the actual top setups for the day or for the week. After everything shakes out, looking at the economic data, the inflation data, the sales, the employment numbers, and then your COT retail positioning as a contrarian signal. Once you add everything up, silver and gold at the top, 10 and 10. So anything 5 or above on this list is bullish. Anything -5 or less is bearish. So yeah, that's really my top setups going into this week is silver and gold. I mean, it's pretty much been that way the last 2 or 3 weeks, Michael? Is that all I've been talking about nonstop? Silver and gold for the bullish side. And then as far as the bearish side, the dollar yen and then the dollar Swiss have been a couple of my favorite ones to short. CAD Swiss has kind of jumped in there at a -8 with the dollar yen. So yeah, those are my favorite setups, my current favorite setups right now. Now I just got to go time it on a chart, right? So just kind of flipping on over to my alerts that I've got set, going down here to gold, which is actually where I'm at. So let me just get that out of my way now. Yeah, just like Coach James was talking about earlier, we finally broke above that blue rectangle I've had drawn up forever, where we've had the kind of the average of these higher point closes on a daily time frame. And then Friday, we finally had a close above it. So yeah, now the question is, how far do we go? Do we go to that 3,500 and then turn around and have a sharp reverse? Or do we just blow right through it? But I'm pretty well looking at this 4-hour demand, which is back under that blue rectangle there. I'm looking for a simple retracement to there for a long. And I've got my alert set at 34.10. So it's basically going to be that 4-hour demand, but then inside of 4-hour demand, I've got a 30-minute demand. So that 30-minute candle, that's pretty much my go point right there. So long as we have some type of reversal candle / unreasonable volume spikes. So that's probably my grade A setup right there. I will be a little leery though if it does hit that 3,500 first, because that could potentially be the catalyst to push it down to the bottom end of that boring range that we had post Liberation Day, right? So, so I mean, I would be totally fine if it just came straight down right now. Again, if it hits that 3,500 and comes down, I mean, I'll probably still take that as a trade. I'll probably be a little more leery about maybe the risk. I may drop that a little bit. But if we could just get a drop straight from where it is now, then yeah, I'd be happy with just jumping in there, man. That's really my top setup that I've got at the moment. I'm keeping an eye on.
Nice.
Bullish fundamentals, bullish technicals, excitement because we did break above that level, okay, from everybody else. So that's setup number one for me on the gold side of things. And then as far as silver goes, it's little cousin or little brother, however you want to classify it. It's really a similar setup. I mean, when we closed that on Friday, we broke above this recent high from the 23rd of July. So, yeah, all-time highs with silver. This thing's going to the moon, right? Well, be careful. Got to get a retrace. That's too expensive for me to want to buy it. So, yeah, similar to gold, I'm just looking for a pullback to the more recent 4-hour demand. And then this is literally the exact same confluence. Within that 4-hour demand, I got a 30-minute demand as well. So that's one thing I love to see is the confluences, as always. It just lets you know the 4-hour traders are looking at it. 30-minute traders are looking at it. And then, anytime I can get multiple time frame traders looking at the same point, man, I love it. So that's so I've got basically an alert set at the 4-hour zone itself, but quite prefer it to actually kind of wick in to hit the 30-minute demand there. Again, I think I mentioned this last night. There's a 30-minute demand at the top of that 4-hour zone, but I just feel like I want to wait for that one that's on the bottom. That's what I want to do. But either way, stop loss below the 4-hour 4-hour box itself is pretty much what I'm looking at. So that's setup number 1 and 2 for me on the week. Those are my 2 favorite alerts I've got set right now. It's kind of been that way for a while. I mean, as far as gold's been one of my most active assets that I've been trading over the last couple months. A Forex trader, but I seemingly have fallen in love with the metals of late. So, but you know what?
Right.
You trade the momentum. If the currency pairs aren't there, you go find something else. If gold and silver ain't there, you go find a currency or go find a altcoin. I know, James, you and Coach Paul, I love watching you guys' shows to dig into the altcoins. I don't know squat about the altcoins. I'll be 100% transparent on that. So, but yeah, that's secretly one of my next projects just from watching you guys show is kind of digging into those altcoins a little bit.
Do you guys remember a show in a movie in the States with Ben Stiller called Meet the Parents? And my favorite
Robert
film,
De
actually.
Niro.
I love it. That's it. Brilliant film. So funny. I've watched it maybe 100 times. And there's one scene in that film where there's a cat called, I've got a cat in my office here actually called Jinxie Cat, which is named after that cat in the show. And Ben Stiller's explaining to Robert De Niro how he grew up on a farm, and Robert De Niro says, "Well, what did you farm on your farm?" And he said, "Well, we had cats." And he said, "You farmed and with cats?" And he said, "Yes. Well, you can milk anything with nipples." Do you remember that part? Yeah. And trading, I use that phrase all the time. You can you can milk anything with nipples, or you can trade anything with a chart, or you can do any, whatever. So that's the way it is with trading.
No, for sure.
So trading is like milking animals. Okay, there we
go. Milking cats.
I know exactly what you mean.
Not easy, but you can do it.
That is the world's greatest analogy. I love it. Oh my gosh. Hilarious. All right. What else we got here? So yeah, that's gold and silver in a nutshell. Let me just double check my hour time frame. Okay. So yeah, that was pretty much it. Now, so those are my 2 favorite bullish. Going over to the bearish just for a second. And then I've got some that are kind of in the middle on the bullish and bearish side, but yeah, dollar Japanese yen has pretty much been at the top of my bearish list for the last couple of weeks now. I have a 4-hour supply right in this area here. Now that's a green candle, but when I have my order block tool on, it looks red. So yeah, last red candle down. Not my favorite spot. It is overall kind of diddling in the middle. If you look at it like on a higher time frame, you're also in that red zone. So that I haven't whipped it out in a while. Michael. I haven't whipped out the flag in a while, have I?
The flag. Yeah, let's see it.
It's the same as the Hungarian flag, right? Okay, this is just a simple thing I was shown in my trading classes when I went to Online Trading Academy. But yeah, you basically put the top of the flag to the top of the more recent higher time frame swing, bottom of the flag to the recent lower part. And then, yeah, if it's red, if your trend is down in the red part, okay, then that gives me permission to sell this. If your trend is up in the bottom part of the flag, it gives me permission to buy. And then, as always, the white part of the flag or the red, because I use the fib extension piece, it's in the middle, right? That's the chop zone. That's where the retail traders are chewing each other up. So don't diddle in the middle. That's what we were always taught.
Right.
It makes sense because I've tried fighting this system over and over in my, what am I up to? Almost 12 years. And it does. Anytime you can buy in the lower end of the curve, sell on the higher end of the curve, sell into premium. It's all about the curve analysis. I mean, it really does. It really does help to get some good, low risk, high reward trades, because you get into a trend, the beginning of an upward trend down here at the bottom. You get into that lower time frame demand zone as an example. You can ride this thing up quite high. So, but and you can still buy and sell in the middle, but you're just going to get chopped to pieces. So, as far as those higher quality institutional supply and demand zones, they definitely exist in the lower part and the higher part of the flag or of the curve, right? So curve analysis, man, it's something, it was one of those less sexy parts of the lessons that I learned, and I didn't even really use it for the longest time. I stuck specifically with just, okay, we're in a downtrend, I need to sell in a supply zone. We're in an uptrend, I need to buy in a demand zone. But then I kept wondering why I was getting chopped up, because a lot of them were messing up on me or weren't working. Well, duh, I'm messing around in the middle where the retail traders are chopping each other to pieces. So I was one of them being chopped. So yeah, if anybody, if you have a similar trading style, whether it's supply and demand or whatever the case is, when in doubt, zoom out. I think Michael says that quite a bit as well, and Coach Paul does on my quiet market streams. When in doubt, zoom out. Are you buying on the lower end of that more recent higher time frame swing point, price swing point? Are you selling in the higher end? If so, those are the higher quality. But if you're in the middle, just look out. Nothing's guaranteed in the middle. So yeah, just wanted to kind of bring that up. It's been a while since I've kind of shown that. But yeah, as far as this dollar Swiss, I mean, let me go back down to my 1 hour real quick. So yeah, I mean, I do have a zone up here. It's a 1 hour within a 4 hour. It is touching the red, but I got some green at the top. So that's why I say I much prefer this higher time frame zone up top. I think that was the so that was the Powell speech candle right there when he started speaking all lovey-dovey, lovey-dovish, right? So that's really the origin of that strong move. That's the one I'm much preferring. I'm still going to have my alerts set right here on this lower level one, but if I get strong volume in here, okay, great. If not, I'm just going to let it go. Much prefer the higher time frame. So yeah, we'll just wait and see on that one. But that's pretty much the move on dollar Swiss as far as the way I see it anyway. Let me look at my dollar Swiss. So yeah, dollar Swiss -6. It's getting, Michael, these numbers are getting closer to the middle. Remember, dollar Swiss was like a -11, -12 last week. Now we're down to up to -6. So we're still bearish. It's just not as strong.
Yeah.
Not as. But yeah, dollar.
Yeah,
Swiss,
the problem with the dollar Swiss, Tiger, is that it probably is bearish, but this pair is so oversold, and we're actually at levels where the Swiss bank has intervened before previously on 2 occasions, and we're going back, I think, 5 or 7 years. You can get a day chart up there. You can have a look. There we go. No, further back. like a week chart probably.
Well, this is a monthly.
But you'll
This
see
is a
these.
monthly
Oh,
chart.
there we go. Yeah. So big. Yeah. Perfect. So big interventions twice, and we're in that zone right now. The problem is that this should move down along with the dollar, but the dollar is finding it's difficult to find it's difficult to find places to sell your dollars nowadays because what are you going to buy? Are you going to buy Swiss francs, euros, gold, crypto? What are you going to buy to replace your dollars? But this chart should be moving down. There's Swiss bank intervention possibly coming up, and the chart's incredibly oversold. And the dollar should be moving down, but I think this chart might actually move up. That's the scary part of it. So it's a tricky one, I think.
My favorite chart is when the Swiss franc depegged its 120 mark on the euro. I think it was. Yeah. Let's see. That would have been back here
Yeah.
actually. When they depegged.
Yeah.
So it's funny because when this move happened, I was actually in my trading classes. We were watching this live. This was like day three of our 7-day class. Well, actually, what day is this? So that was a Thursday. Okay, so that was day 4 because we had a Monday through Saturday course. But yeah, we watched that. It was at pretty close to the start of our class, and yeah, our instructor came in and was like, "Holy cow, we got to stop everything. We got to hop on the chart. Let's see what's going on with the Swiss franc." And he was talking about how they depegged from the dollar. And so, yeah, that was a really cool early exposure to watching watching some blow out, and not to mention all kinds of accounts. So,
Crazy.
well, where were you on that day, Coach James? I'm curious. What were your thoughts when that happened?
I was, I don't know. I was around. I can't remember exactly that moment.
Yeah.
I've traded through 9/11. I've traded through all the crashes.
Yeah.
I've traded through the dot-com boom. I've traded through 3 children, 2 grandchildren, and all of it. So, so I can't really remember. They're all been disasters along the way. There are lots of them as you go along. Last one actually was the pound crashing when Liz Truss and her finance minister decided to put the mockers on the British market and the pension funds, and the pound collapsed by about, I don't know, 10% in overnight on a Sunday night. And I was long on the pounds at that time. I remember that one very well. Yeah. So I managed to get out of the trade with a hedge, but it slipped me by, I don't know, 500 pips or something like that. So it was tricky.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I watched a documentary on that one a while back. Yeah, that was some crazy stuff. But yeah, there was the dollar Swiss. So yeah, just crazy going in and watching this dang thing drop. What was it 1,000?
I was in this trade too. I think I might have told you, Tiger. I was in this trade. One of my old Furu mentors, right, had this set and forget strategy. Basically, you just supposed to wake up and profit's supposed to be in your account. And sure enough, I remember waking up on this day and seeing like, what is wrong with my account? I was like, something is off. I couldn't tell. All the money was gone. I was like, it's gone. Like, I just didn't get it.
Oh,
and
that's
then
right.
I looked at the chart and I was like, are you serious? Like, this is a world event that just happened and I happened to be on the wrong side. Like, are you serious?
Yeah.
That day is when I knew, this thing is dangerous. This thing is super dangerous.
Wasn't that when you lost? How much did you lose that day? 2,000 or something? What was it? 10,000?
Dude, that was like, no, I want to say that was 14,000. Yeah, 14,000.
Oh, I must have misheard you the first time you talked about this.
Yeah.
Holy cow! Welcome to trading. That'll be $14,000.
And I didn't even have
Not pesos.
back then. I didn't even have money like that to be losing. Like, that was everything I had. Right. Just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Gosh.
And again, that's when I noticed, I was like, oh, okay, so this is not what I think it is. Right? Like, this trading thing is not what I think it is. It's way more dangerous than what I'm putting the notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah, just a side note.
Ridiculous.
Just a side note. I've been kind of watching this Euro Yen trade setup potential because it did kind of bounce into a 1 hour supply that I was kind of watching. So it's a -4, Michael. It's not quite the bullish signals that I like to see, but I think it's about the closest thing I have at the moment.
Right.
It's kind of at the upper end of, if we're looking at a 4 hour, it's kind of at the upper end of this little sideways action here, like that. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. This is kind of like a little bit of a sideways trading action right now. Got to step it down to the 1 hour. Got that supply there. Real nice strong drop. I really like that drop coming out of it. I would have preferred this leg out candle to be a lot longer, give me a better fair value gap. I would have definitely preferred that. But we had a pretty nice push down on some okay volume. Nothing to shake a stick at, but yeah, it's just something I'm looking to take a small position in here. A little, this is what I call a scalp trade, ladies and gentlemen. So definitely not my edge, but just a feeler, right? Just a feeler trade to see if that might be something that we could build on at some point. So just kind of look to see how it's reacting with this zone within a zone that's been created. I didn't want to just sell it immediately upon hitting the zone. I mean, I think I actually looked at was it a 15 minute? Let's go back here. I guess it was a 5 minute. Yeah, so I was kind of looking initially at the reaction off of, pretty much this 5 minute supply area here. So we did kind of get a little bit of resistance there, kind of a triple top. And now I think I might just go ahead and jump into this thing. I was waiting for price to come down and retrace in a little bit. So I think that might qualify. We'll go ahead and put in a small spot on here, small trade on here. So yeah, I was just looking for that basing action to drop out and then kind of a retracement back into this little 5 minute supply. So we're in this trade now, whether we like it or not. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I've got a stop loss up here. I did add in another 10 pips or so. Michael, like we were talking about on stream last night, I had like 4 small trades, Coach James, the other day. Because see, I'm traditionally a 4 hour time frame trader, like a higher time frame supply and demand. So, with getting more and more examples for the sake of the show and all that, I'm kind of dusting off the old 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute time frames. So I got it. I ended up having like 4 small losses the other day, and it was all because price touched my stop loss and then proceeded to go in the direction that I was guessing it to go after. So it's just it was kind of funny that I didn't give it enough wiggle room. Because see, on a higher time frame, I can typically kind of keep it a little tighter because I'm usually looking at like 30, 40 pip, sometimes 50 pip range supply and demand zones. But yeah, it works a little different on the smaller time frames. Got to give it a little more wiggle room than we used to do. So.
You're getting old, Coach Tiger. You're getting old, mate. As you're older, you get less nimble, and your bowling arm gets a little stiffer as well. I'm sure you've noticed, and you 3 and 5 minute charts anymore. We all become swing traders eventually. That's what happens. Yeah. But it's fine. It's part of growing old and being British. Yeah.
Well, I'm part German and part Swiss as far as my heritage, so that's where my ancestors. Okay. German and Swiss. Okay, so we'll just let that puppy fly. Let me get that. See here, 0.2 Euro Swiss short. Get that.
Are you short on that one already, Tiger?
Yeah, I went ahead and put in a filler position on it. Short.
Cool.
CHF 4.2. Nothing too crazy. I'll just get that put in the chat real quick. All right. All right, so looking back over here, where was we at? Dollar Swiss. I already went through the dollar yen, I believe it was. Or did I? Let's go down. 4 hour, 1 hour. Get my drawings back on. Okay, yes, I already went over dollar yen. So dollar Swiss, keeping an eye up here at the, what was that, the 0.80 level for a potential short on a 1 hour. I kind of took out the, So this one is one where I had a 1 hour supply with that wick, So the wick of that actually got touched and dropped nicely. So the 1 hour short sellers, okay, that trade supply, they were pretty happy because they got a nice win under their belt. Well, if you go down to a 30-minute supplies or 30-minute time frame, you actually have a 30-minute supply zone within. So that's really the next spot I'm keeping an eye on there. I've got my alert set there at the proximal line of the supply zone. I'm going to probably take a little stab at that. It wouldn't be anything too crazy because it's only about a 10 pip wide range on the zone itself. So it's not like there's a ton of wiggle room. So this would be another feeler position right here. It's pretty much at I think that was right at where was that at? I mean, I don't use fibs a ton. Yeah, a little bit above the 0.68 level, or 618. So that's not really helping me a ton, but yeah, we're going to take a look at that. We're going to keep an eye on that zone up here. Oh, yeah, and then we also have this one that's a little closer. So this one here is a 10-minute supply. So we got an alert set. So I got a couple alerts set on dollar Swiss. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I need to say about that. Just give me a little bit of a retracement, and then we might take a look at that one on the shorts. So that was dollar Swiss. CAD Swiss, it jumped on my list too. CAD Swiss here. Yeah, so on this one here, let's go back to a higher time frame. 1 hour. So we did have a little bit of a 1 hour supply, and then within that 1 hour, we have got a 15-minute supply. So a little bit of confluence, 15 within a 1. So that's another alert I have set there at the 0.5837 level. Nice. For a short opportunity. Got a 30-minute supply a little higher up. I'm not a huge fan of this one just because the price it wasn't even strong enough to push through this more recent low. So, as always, whenever I write up a supply or demand zone I'm not the most thrilled about, I still want to see what happens if and when price hits. Because if we get any kind of an unreasonable volume with a reversal candle, then that may jump on my list. But regular volume, maybe even lower end yellow volume, just not interested. I really would like to see institutional involvement. So that's my potential play on CAD Swiss there. What we got here? Hey, Dow Jones actually. So it's funny. I was just saying the other day, Michael, I hadn't had any of the indices on my watch list for almost a month at this point. I think it's been.
And then it just popped
on. Now we got. So I'm getting a bearish reading for the Dow Jones of -5. So let's go back. I want to go back to my index real quick. Yeah, let's. There it is. No, that's not it. That's I lost my report. Here, let's do this. I just want to copy and paste this over real quick. Copy, paste. I got so many reports on here. Yeah, let's take a look at this. All right, so Dow Jones. So the COT report. So basically, the only 4 items that's favoring the long side is, obviously trend, GDP report, consumer price index, and then the interest rate situation. So, yeah, you got a lot of stuff going against it on the bearish side. COT, the retail traders are net long, so that presents us with a bearish contrarian signal, right? Seasonality, bearish as well. It's both the PMI sets of data, manufacturing and the services, retail sales numbers, the PPI, the producer price index, and the employment change. So that you got all that kind of going against it. And then you really only have one report, which is the unemployment rate, where the economists actually correctly did their job, right? Where they actually nailed the number. So these are all, I mean, that's basically, I don't know, it's just fun. It's always funny I never get over that, seeing how badly the economists fail at times with these reports. But yeah, I mean, that's all the bearish reasons to be sold. following this thing. So Dow Jones, I mean, I don't really sell indices. Michael, I think you're on the same page. I don't really do that. I don't sell Bitcoin. I don't sell gold and silver. But you know, if you had to, if you're somebody that does, short those types of things, well, let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at that. Actually, Dow 30. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough selling into an uptrend at all-time highs. I mean, yeah, there's going to be people doing it, but you don't know what you don't know.
Yep, trying to time the high. You know how they do it.
You're trying to sell a rocket, right? A rocket. It's the opposite of catching a falling knife. So, yeah, be careful, but I don't know. I don't know how to analyze something that's going straight up unless you just go down to a smaller time frame. There's just a cluster right there. I don't know. I don't see anything. I mean, it looks like I did put up a supply zone that actually worked out. How about that? How about this? I put up a supply zone that worked out perfect the other day.
Nuts.
Yeah, because I'm always studying. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's the ones that I don't take. How about that? Oh, what the heck was that? I think I saw a laser come in my room. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, do I need to be worried? I better shut my curtain here. Unless I'm seeing things or ghosts or something. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I have a play on the indices, even though it's giving me a bearish signal. I don't really like to sell these things, man. These things are just more buy. Just wait till we get the buy signals, but I'm just not getting it. So gonna skip that one. What else we got? Nikkei is given a -5. Okay, so now I got two indices on the bearish list. Nikkei and the Dow are both -5. Euro Swiss, that looks to be my only other short biased currency pair. So just going down here to my Euro Swiss, starting from a 4-hour. We do have a 4-hour zone that did get touched and then dropped. So it's already been mitigated. So I'm actually going to color that light red. That always tells me that it's a zone that is a zone, but it's already been touched, or there's something to keep an eye out or be wary of. So, and then flipping down to the 1 hour, or I guess that was 15 minutes. So on a 15-minute time frame, I am kind of keeping an eye on this supply zone here. It's just a one candle or so. But yeah, nice push down, nice drop down. Couple nice expanded range candles relative to some of these other more recent ones. With some pretty decent volume coming out of that. So that tells me that's a fairly strong zone. So I'll definitely be keeping an eye out there if we can get some type of a quick reaction up there. If it's a slow, steady grind, I probably wouldn't be interested because, well, you're technically looking at an uptrend on a 1 hour time frame at this point. Right? Mm-hmm. So it's just something to be wary of. If I were to look at selling that, I'd probably be very, very careful and put a stop loss probably even above this level up here, this swing point. I mean, that's a long ways away. It definitely decreases the reward to risk ratio, but you just never know. I'd be afraid of putting a stop loss just right in this area with a 1 hour uptrend technically, because we do have a close above these lows here. If we close above those, I'm just going to be extra careful. I think this is probably going to be one of my least favorite alerts I have set, just me personally. Mm-hmm. But it's an alert nevertheless on a bearish fundamental asset. So that is pretty much that one. U.S. 10-year Treasuries is on my bullish list. How about that? +6. I don't ever talk about those just because I don't trade them. But yeah, that's bullish. Obviously, you got everybody looking for that interest rate cut, and that's just one of the reasons. But I know that's one reason people like to buy those 10-year Treasuries whenever they're suspecting the rate cut. So, but yeah, just kind of finishing off the currency alerts I've got here. Going back to the euro dollar, this is my most bullish.
Webb wanted you to look at euro USD anyway.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Webb. So, yeah, when we're looking at the euro dollar, let me just go back here real quick. Let me see what I put my. Yeah, here we go. Okay, yeah. So, euro dollar, So these are the items that are on the side of the bullish narrative. You got the retail traders that are net short. Okay, net short is a contrarian signal. Okay, so because 90% of traders lose 90% of their money within 90 days, right? It's an ugly stat, but it's a real stat. I don't sugarcoat anything on this show, right? Trading is hard. Trading is difficult. Anybody telling you it's easy, it's a get rich quick overnight, scheme like that, you got to be wary of those people. It is tough, but we like to give you the real numbers. So now we don't know the exact numbers, but most people lose money. Unfortunately, we can use that as a contrarian signal. So if everybody's short something, I want to potentially look to go long. And again, that's retail. So you got the COT that follows the big banks, the smart money, right? And then the retail money is the so-called dumb money. Dirty word. I didn't create it. That's just part of the lingo, right? So it's always good to kind of see what the sentiment analysis is telling us. And then obviously technical analysis, you got trend, you got seasonality. So the seasonality, okay, this isn't always the greatest time of the year for the euro dollar. So that's going against our bullish narrative, right? Let's look what else. We got the GDP, the most recent GDP reports favor the dollar more so than the euro. So that's going against the narrative. Well, let's move over to the PMI data. You got the manufacturing and the services sector. Manufacturing, euro dollar is getting the bullish narrative. More neutral readings on the services PMI and the retail sales numbers. Okay, so those aren't really helping us out, but they're not hurting us either. But then moving on over to the inflation data, CPI is giving us a bullish rating for the euro US dollar pair. And then PPI is going against it. PCE, the report we had come out on Friday, and comparing to the euro, yeah, again, it's more neutral. So what else is helping us on the fundamental side? We got the employment change numbers. We got the unemployment rate. We got the interest rate. So you add all that up, you get a score of a 6. It's above a 5, therefore, bullish signal. So now how do we trade this thing? Well, I'll tell you how I trade it. Obviously, supply and demand. Oh, and by the way, here's the we were talking about this earlier, the non-farm payroll numbers, how the revisions are always wonky and crazy. I think you mentioned, Coach James, you said something like 5 times of late they were just completely off on the revision. So this was that July 3rd number. I don't know about you, James. I haven't seen a number that wonky in a long time. Forecasted about, what was it, 110,000 or something like that. Real number was 147,000, only to go all the way down to a revision of about 20,000 or whatever it was, 15, 20,000. Mm-hmm. It's seeing reports like that.
About 1 million jobs last year. In the last 12 months, about 1 million jobs overstated. Just a few, just a small overestimation, not a lot.
Yeah. So it's just crazy, and again, they have a history of doing that, especially on the NFP report. Just looking at it, so I always think that's a crazy chart to look at, just seeing how wonky everything is. All 3 of those figures are. But anyway, so moving on to euro dollar. Yeah. And we got about 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a quick break for about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back. So, I'll just kind of finish this little first half segment out. We'll look at euro dollar here. So, looking at it on a 4-hour time frame. And let me just turn my drawings off. Turn my order blocks tool on. So, here we go. So what have we got here? Well, we do have a 4-hour demand down here. Now, this demand was technically created from this demand zone back here in the past. If I were to draw a candle up, a rectangle up from where this previous demand was, okay, it touched right there and moved up right here. So unfilled orders were caught, pushed to the upside. Price came back a second time, caught some unfilled orders a little lower, along with stop losses that these people that bought in this area, they put their stop losses in this area. banks need to collect sell orders to fill their buy orders, right? So they collect the sell orders, which are the to fill their buy orders plus other potential unfilled orders. We never know for a fact, but when we see demand exceeded supply back here, well, chances are people are going to be wanting to buy that missed out, right? Including banks, right? That's banks and retail traders. So yeah, they ultimately got a little deeper into that zone and then had another spike up. Well, on this second one, we had, and that's old news now, so I'm going to delete it. Well, we had another demand zone that formed. Now, I personally like demand zones that form on their own, like out in the middle of nowhere, out on an island or no man's land. I don't really like using demand and supply zones that form from previous demand and supply zones. But I still keep an eye on them. As always, if we get unreasonable volume, if and when price returns, all right, we can take a look at it. It's just not my preference. I mean, I might be a little more leery on the risk reward side of things. But anyway, we'll get that out of the way real quick. Just move that over. So yeah, so what do we got? So we do have another 4 hours demand. Demand exceeded supply. We know that because price raised and it was strong enough. Well, actually, it's not quite strong enough yet. I would prefer to see price break this high here before coming back. I always want to see a demand zone bust through a previous swing high or resistance point or supply zone, right? Whatever forms. As long as it does that. So actually I need to redraw this because I'm not 100% satisfied with that demand zone unless we can kind of, well, actually, if we can break through this overhead supply too. So this is probably a longer term trade, I guess is what I'm getting at. Yeah, if this just drops straight down right now, I'd be leery. I've got to see it break an overhead supply, an overhead support, an overhead swing high, right?
Right.
Unless I wanted to look at it on a smaller time frame. Well, we have a 1 hour demand zone on the top of that 4 hour demand zone. Well, let's see what this 1 hour zone did. Came up, and we're looking at this high now, right? So it did eventually break that high. I just didn't do it as fast as I like. So again, I like to see strength. I don't want to. We had a decent move out of that zone. The 2 hour legs, the 2 1 hour legs was pretty decent, but then it just kind of went sideways for a while and dilly dallied and lollygagged. But then it did finally break through and close above. So, yeah, we'd take a small stab at that. I just prefer what I prefer on the higher time frame. Again, I'm a higher time frame trader, by heart. So give me that price action. That's my favorite risk reward opportunity. But yeah, looking at it on a 1 hour, I mean, yeah, if it comes down, I just have to see unreasonable volume. I say it all the time. You guys probably get tired of me saying it, but I got to see volume. Now, remember, in Forex trading, we don't have the centralized volume. We got to get creative. I love using the volume spread analysis tool. Gives you an idea of how much activity is happening. Right? If I've got a demand zone that's forming with green candles or with blue candles, that's some of the lower volume I don't really care for. Got to have yellow candles at minimum, but preferably the red candles, showing that unreasonable volume I like to see. So looking at that one on a 4 hour, that leg out candle was a yellow candle. So that's okay. Now, my favorite is the leg out candle to have the red candle, meaning, 3 times higher, four times higher volume, or I should say trading activity, right? Tick activity, if you will, relative to the previous handful of candles. So we got to get creative. But yeah, that's probably going to be my. Yeah, so that's the 4 hour time frame. And then, if we wanted to go down to some of these smaller time frames, we got this demand, this area sticking out. Pretty decent volume spread analysis coming out of it. But I want to go down even smaller. I mean, this is showing as a demand zone here, but I don't care for the volume, the activity. Okay, smaller range bars. I want to see expanded range. Again, expanded range candles. 15 minutes. Okay, so if you're looking at confluences, if we look at that demand and then go down to so that's a 1 hour, and then we go down to a 15 minute. Now we got a 15 minute within a 1 hour right there. Let's take a look at our volume. Now that's a small range, but let's take a look at our volume. Okay, so we got some growing VSA candles there, so it might be a potential opportunity. But I'm not going to be betting a whole lot. This might be another feeler position. So me personally, and who was that was asking about that? Webb. Oh, Mr. Webb. Yeah. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to put an alert just ahead of that 15-minute demand. I'll just throw it out for a couple of days. Oh, wait, that's October. I want to keep it. Okay. So, yeah, I'd be interested in keeping an eye on that spot at the, what I say, 1.1692 level. So that's just below the psychological 117 level, 1.17. Yeah, if I could start seeing some volume poke up from these traders that are buying under the 1.17 level, get a little wick into there, I can see that. I can see that for a potential setup. I wouldn't try to take it any higher than this swing high, though. So, I'm just looking at the potential take profit. Yeah, just looking at it on 10-minute, we do have an overhead supply zone right here. So I'd be selling for profit just ahead of that zone, me personally. So as always, it's not a signal, right? We're not a signal service. We're entertainment and education only. But I'd probably be interested in that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's break time. Sorry to keep us over a minute, it looks like. But, yeah, we'll be back in about 15 minutes or so, and we'll see what these other two gents have got, what secrets of the universe they want to share with us over there.
Absolutely. So, hang tight, guys. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Remember, we're giving away that account here in the next hour. So, guys, hang on for the next moment here, and we'll see you in a bit. Get something to eat.
Tell your friends, family, your dog, and your cat. Come on and watch us.
Right.
See you later, folks.
Thanks.
See you shortly.
Yes.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts. See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game. I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too. This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill. Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Coach Richard Krugel is a leading force in the world of trading, recognized for his sharp technical analysis and dynamic market strategies. With years of hands-on experience, he has not only mastered the art of trading, but also dedicated his career to educating and empowering traders at all levels.
My $1 million advice to you would be, hello everyone, I'm Coach Richard, and I'm truly excited to join the incredible team at Hola Prime. It's an honor to be here, and I can't wait to contribute, collaborate, and grow with all of you. At the Hola Prime Academy, we empower traders by sharing strategies that actually work and deliver results time and time again.
Coach Richard's expertise spans multiple asset classes, and his in-depth market insights have helped countless traders refine their strategies and achieve consistent profitability. Known for his clear and practical teaching style, Coach Richard transforms complex concepts into actionable knowledge that traders can apply in real-time markets.
You can also catch me doing live trading on Hola Prime TV.
As a sought-after instructor and mentor, Richard has left a lasting impact on the global trading community. Now at Hola Prime, he brings his wealth of experience to equip traders with the tools and confidence needed to navigate the financial markets with precision. When you learn from Coach Richard Krugel, you're gaining more than just market knowledge. You're accessing the mindset and strategies of a trader who knows what it takes to succeed. Welcome to Hola Prime, where expertise meets opportunity.
My $1 million advice to you would be that trading requires skill. Never stop learning. The market constantly evolves. Let's conquer the markets together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money, so I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Trade with transparency.
Meet Coach Paul Gallo, a seasoned futures trader and coach at Hola Prime, with over 11 years of combined experience in international banking, commodity trading, and U.S. equity futures. From managing trade operations at BNY Mellon to trading FCOJ futures at Louis Dreyfus Company, Coach Paul's journey has been driven by one core principle: precision through data.
My $1 million advice to you would be, hi everyone, I'm Coach Paul. I'm thrilled to be a part of the Hola Prime team. Step into the real arena. Prime Academy provides the trading education that truly empowers.
Today, as a futures coach at Hola Prime, he empowers traders using market profile and order flow analysis, helping them make smarter, more confident decisions in fast-moving markets.
You can also catch me doing live trading on Hola Prime TV.
Coach Paul's coaching goes beyond strategies. It's about developing risk discipline, refining execution, and building a resilient trader's mindset. At Hola Prime, he's not just teaching people how to trade, he's helping them trade with purpose.
My $1 million advice to you would be to trade with a plan and stick to that plan. Let's conquer the markets together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets.
Yeah. You guys
Well,
get some
we're back.
Scooby snacks?
You caught me daydreaming.
Yeah.
How you going?
Did you get you
I was
some
having
lunch,
a
Coach
Zen
James?
moment, just daydreaming about. Yeah. Okay. All right. Shall we get into some more charts? Are we going to go with Coach Michael, or shall we head into some of my stuff?
Yeah, just real
Yeah.
quick. I just want to show one quick trade I got back in. If you want to flip on over to me just for 2 minutes, and then you guys can have the floor. So euro dollar obviously was my top bullish asset I've got. I want to flip over to my this one real quick. So what I was looking at was kind of the let's see here. So the end of the Asian session high. I was keeping an eye on kind of this opening range, kind of an opening range breakout from that Asian high to the low that we formed this morning. And look at that W pattern. That's pretty nice looking. But yeah, we did have a nice fair value gap here, kind of pushing through the high. So I basically waited on a retracement, got it on this 5-minute demand down here, just a tiny one, just a tiny little 5-minute demand. So I did jump into a trade on that over here. So just kind of looking at this to go towards this high from the post Jerome Powell speech a couple Fridays ago. Just looking to take a profit right before that. So we'll keep an eye on this thing, but we are in a 5-minute demand zone bounce long. So I'll get this updated with the chat. That's all I wanted to point out real quick. But yeah, gents.
Nice.
Whoever you would like to jump on, go ahead and jump on.
Yeah, James, it looks
we'll
like
see what you guys are.
Yeah,
What
looks like
secrets you
James
guys are
jumped in
hiding?
a few trades. Let's see what he got going on. Then afterwards, I can
All right,
do my
let's switch
my,
over.
my deep.
Nice.
All right, I've got a bunch of trades on, folks. All right, so let's go through them. If I can find my chart. So, Coach Tiger, you're short on the long on the euro. I'm short, and we got in at the same time, I think. So I'm short from the swing. It's pretty simple. I think we've broken this trend line, right? And I think we need to test this previous swing high. It's only about 1720. It's only about 20 pips down, but seeing as we're day trading, it's also this previous swing low over here. So seeing as we're day trading, I wouldn't normally go for 20 pips, but let's give it a go. And maybe we'll just bounce off there, and Tiger's trade will go into profit straight away. But that's what I've got on for a move down to there. I'll take some profit off there and look to reverse, maybe allowing for a smaller dip, a deeper, slightly deeper dip just below that line. So that's the one trade that I've got on, and we'll take profit at 17.15. Actually, that's only 5 pips. Hang on, 17.21. Maybe we'll aim for a little bit lower. Now, I'm just getting used to this trading platform, so what we can do is put in the stop loss. So let's do that while we're here. It's only I've also got the wrong trade size on. I'm short. It's meant to be 0.1, but I've got 0.01. So let's fix that quickly and sell the correct amount. So 0.1 lots is $10,000 roughly. A full lot is about $100,000. So we're going to go short 0.1, and I've got all sorts of things here. Let's just sell that one.
Sell it.
Send order. All right. All right. Now we've got to get rid of the previous one that was incorrect. So let's just close that for a 15-cent loss and leave the current position open. There we go. So we're short 0.1 lots at the current price, and I'm looking for a move down. Now that's a bit too close, so let's aim for 1.7 round. Why not? 1.17 round. So I'm going to put this target in there and the stop loss shortly. So do you guys have the same problem with bits of software hanging over your screens while you're trying to operate?
I don't, because I actually have it set. Oh yeah, I have it set for the trading view, so it doesn't have any of that.
Okay.
That way. Yeah, you should be able to
All right.
somewhere at the top right figure that part out. But
All right.
you can actually
And what we need to
select
do now is
trading.
put a stop loss in. And we can put it in 1743. Let's try that. Let's just get this one set up. So put that one in, 1743. That's about a 20 pip stop loss and about a 30 pip target. 43. Modify. All right, that's that trade set up. So we have a stop loss just above that swing high, and we have a target just at the recent swing low. All right, that's the euro against the US dollar. This is the 5-minute chart, so it looks a bit sort of messy. But if we go to, let's say, a 15-minute chart, and we can have a look at the hour chart too. So the 15-minute chart looks similar. We've broken down through the trend line. We haven't quite retested it yet, and that's probably what Tiger's going to profit on if we do that. And then let's go back to the 1-hour chart, and pretty simple really. There's a trend line, and we've broken down through it like that. Maybe just a retest of the underside of that trend line, and my target's down here into this conglomeration zone and this previous swing high. And if it doesn't work out, we'll just be stopped out at the top here. Normally I would hedge this position, but we don't do much hedging here in day trading. And also, I'm in mind that the euro is actually in an uptrend and not in a downtrend. So this is a counter trend scalp trade, I suppose. And I'll be looking to reverse back to the long side, excuse me, down at about 1.17, probably just a touch below there on the fake out just below. So that's that. And then let's go back to the Bitcoin chart. You can see we're running into some negative situation here, but it's not a problem. We're just moving back down to the breakout area. And I've only got half a Bitcoin on this trade. This is a $100,000 account. So my leverage is actually 0.5. So I haven't even used the whole leverage available to me, even with just a single position. So it's unleveraged, actually much less than unleveraged. It's half a position. So I can trade up to 1 Bitcoin on this account and still remain mostly unleveraged because it's a $100,000 account. So 1 Bitcoin is about $100,000. So it's basically 1-to-1 leverage. So I've still got half a position I can add here. And that's the reason I only added half a position. Remember that we got long earlier, much earlier. This is the trade we were talking about when we started the session. I got long right at the bottom here. And I took that trade off for profit a short while back just to break up the trade so that we don't deviate from the rules, potential deviation from the rules. So this is a new trade position and doesn't carry that. I actually got a warning last night as well. I didn't realize that holding trades overnight is permissible, but not encouraged. And it may jeopardize your challenge attempt if you do it too often, depending on the powers that be in the back end. So that's why I did that. Now, I've still got half a position I can add on here. I've only got half a Bitcoin. And I'm looking for a reversal out of this zone. This is what chart have we got on here? This is a 1-hour chart. So now what I'll do is I'll move down to the smaller time frames and probably down to the 15-minute chart. I'm looking really for a bounce now to add some more size onto this trade. And if we get that bounce, first place I'll be looking is maybe the 5-minute or the 15-minute chart and looking for a reversal. Right now we're still moving down, all pretty bearish. And on the 5-minute chart, we don't have 3-minute chart options here on GUI Trade, but you do on Project X at Hola Prime. This only has 5, as far as I know, unless there are, you guys can probably correct me if there's a 3-minute option somewhere, but it does not look like it. It's either 1 or 5.
Not on GUI Trade.
Yeah, I was going to say no.
Yeah. Okay, so that's where we are, and it's moving down. I'm looking to add one more long position, half a Bitcoin, to my existing half a Bitcoin. That's now $300 in the negative. But we did bank about $700 earlier, and this is a reload to that original position. We could have waited for the reload a little bit lower down, but I didn't know it was going to move down. And I was just reloading the position that I already had on. So that's the reason for the high entry. So it's not a losing trade. It's still positive, although the reload is negative, that's all. I've also got a position on ETH, which is just 1 Ether coin, and we got long somewhere down here in the center of your screen. And it's also dipping back down again on this 5-minute chart, and I'll do a similar thing with ETH. Now, we've only got 1 ETH on here, as you can see, and that's about $4,500. This is a $100,000 account. I can add a lot more ETH than just one, so this is a starter position. I've been looking to trade around about 5 to 8 ETH on this account on a day trading basis if we get the right setup. We haven't got that just yet. And then the other trade I've just put on, and it's on the screen that you can see in front of you right now in our trade positions, similar to Michael, is short on the euro yen. Now, my overall view on this, and I've got it on my sticky, I do myself a sticky note every morning, and I've got written on here, gold, potential sell at the top to buy the dip. That's what we talked about earlier, and we've all spoken about gold. Crypto, maybe we have a bottom, look to buy on dips and watch out for tests below the low, fake breaks. Energy is up. We can look at energy shortly. We can only we can look at natural gas and WTI oil and crude oil, and then metals all up, and the dollar big question mark. So we'll talk about that in a little while. But one note I didn't read out is the yen pairs. I think all the yen pairs are in a downtrend, or at least at the beginning of a downtrend. Not so much the euro yen. This one's held up really well at this high. And if we look at the 1 hour chart, let's go to the actually 4 hour chart. And let's go to the day chart. So here's the euro yen. And actually what I want to do is switch across to more useful charts over here and get up my trading view. And there's a couple of interesting things that you might like to observe on this chart. First of all, we've got a potential double top. I've been short of mind on the euro yen for a very long time, ever since we got to this high. And I thought what we had here was the beginnings of a sort of a bear flag, even though it's below the high. It's really not ideal because we have moved down before flagging. And naturally, of course, despite my protestations, we moved back up to complete the flagging pattern. This is actually where the flag should have started, not down here. So we've just gone back to where it belonged, really. We're through the top Bollinger Band. We're at resistance, potential double top. I do think all the yen pairs are going to come down as the yen begins to strengthen in general. And what Tiger said earlier was that there are certain things that people run towards when there's scariness in the air. And believe it or not, the yen is actually one of them. So the yen is considered a safe play, as well as the Swiss franc, along with gold, and potentially even crypto now. So this is one of those trades that's very difficult. There's also loads of manipulation and lots of involvement by the US government, because Japan holds all of the US debt, or not all of it, obviously, but the biggest portion of it. So this is a very incestuous relationship between Japan and the US. And anything that goes on with the yen, you can be certain that the US has a hand in it. It's not the Japanese bank or the Bank of Japan or the Minister of Finance, Mr. Suzuki, and Mr. Ueda, who make all the choices. The Americans do as well. Yeah. So, having said all of that, I think we're at the top here, and I'm short. I'm short on my cash account, but I'm now also short on my Hola Prime GUI trade account. Does look okay, right? We've GUI trade. We've got a potential double top. We haven't quite got there, but we've got to about 78.6%, I imagine, which is the last chance Fibonacci retracement level, and we're trying to move down. It does look like we're forming another bull flag, and we're poking through the top there. This is not good if you're bearish on this day chart, but if we zoom down into the smaller time frames, we'll be looking for this sort of thing to top out around here. The white line on the screen there is simply a trend line connecting those recent highs. It's not all that significant, although this is a 1 hour chart, so it's not a long-term chart, but we are trying to poke out through the top of it. We've got a couple of previous highs and a flat top above us. Let's put that line in. So there is some resistance overhead, but whether that's going to, let's make that pink. Why not? That's the pink line. All right. You never mess with the pink line in trading. So the pink line may fail us, unfortunately, and we'll have to move higher. but we hope it won't. If we do move up through the pink line, there's another red line, and of course we've got the that high point there, the recent high at 174. I think there's a good chance these all move down, and this will not move down unless and until the dollar yen moves down, and the yen overall. Actually, I'm going to show you a different chart. This is my favorite chart on the currency trade charts across the board. There are no better charts on currencies for me at the moment than this one. And this is the Japanese yen index. And what it's showing is that after a couple of attempts of this Japanese carry trade unwinding, a very powerful event occurred in July 2024. That's more than a year ago now, with this massive unwinding that took place. And notice that we've not actually recovered. What I mean is that the yen has not failed that charge higher after that unwind. On all the previous occasions, recently in the last 10 years or so, every time we've tried to get this carry trade unwinding, it's failed, except for this last occasion. We've had that unwind, and we've not collapsed down through that support level. That's the 50%, I think, retracement level. I'm not going to bother drawing it right now. But at the same time, and this is why it's my favorite chart, we're into this retracement zone. We've got a channel which is defined by these swing highs and these swing lows. We're inside the channel, diddling in the middle, as you like to say. But we've also got a potential diamond pattern here, or a lozenge, which is a reversal pattern right in the middle of this channel. So I think this is an incredibly bullish pattern, and I've traded the yen for, I was saying to the folks in the stream on Friday here at Hola, that I've been trading the yen for over 30 years now, and I know how this, I could use a derogatory word for it, but I'm not going to. I know how this bugger trades. So I really like this pattern. I think this is moving up, and if this moves up, the yen will move down. The yen charts will move down, including the dollar yen, the euro yen, the pound yen, the CAD yen, the Swiss yen, the Aussie yen, the New Zealand yen, all the yen pairs. And I think this is the way it's going to play out on the dollar yen, for example. Now, I've got a red path above us, which is what I'm allowing for, but I'm already short on my cash account. So I'm short from that red arrow. The price was, I think, 148.20. I often trade off the 80s and the 20s. They're pretty key levels on the charts. Don't trade off the rounds, trade off the 80s and the 20s, above and below the rounds. So we got in on the 20 at 48.20. We're currently trading just below 146.70. So a tiny little bit of profit, only 50 pips. And 50 pips on the dollar yen isn't worth very much, as you'll know. A pip's not what it used to be. It's only about, I don't know, 60 cents now. So when the yen's at 100, when there's $100 to the yen, you get $10 a pip. But when it's $150, $160 a yen to the dollar, you only get 60 cents for a pip. So yeah. No. But of course you don't lose as much on the when it goes against you. So I think we're going to move down on this, and if we go into the tighter charts, the 5-minute, we've got some nice order blocks above us. We're holding all the moving averages still, so we've got to get down through there. But on the 15-minute chart, I think it looks quite good. We've got lower highs and lower lows, and it's taking its merry time, but I think it's going to be okay. And on the day chart, remember, I'm allowing for a counter-intuitive move, in my opinion. I'm having problems with scales here. So I'm allowing for a move up to the top of this red channel, which is possible. We are trading below the channel center line, and we are no longer diddling in the middle. We're moving down to the lower part. But if we break up through that channel center line and this red line, the pink line above us, which is also a Fibonacci level, we'll probably have to get to the top of the channel. And that's at 154-ish, and maybe even up to the 78.6. which is probably the better place, just through the channel at about 154.5. So that's the way I'm playing the yen pairs, and I think that's, for me, the best opportunity in currencies at the moment. But I'm also of mind, like Coach Paul, Coach Tiger, and I think it was you that was saying that, was that you feel that the dollar is generally going to move down. It's not just that the charts are showing that the dollar is showing weakness, but there's also the urgency and the need for the dollar to move down a wee bit. Because of US debt and because of other countries owing the US money, and it's all based in dollars, and the cheaper the dollar is, the less debt costs overall. And everyone's struggling with country debt. So I think the euro and the pound are going to move up. But I was saying to Coach Paul on Friday that if we're going to be selling the dollar, if we think the dollar has to move down, what are we going to be selling it against? And I posed that question earlier. What's better than the dollar? Is the euro better? Is the yen better? Is the Aussie dollar better? Some of them will be better because of, like, the Aussie might be better, the South African rand might improve, against the dollar because of commodity prices, gold and platinum, uranium, all that sort of stuff. And some of the commodity, the grains and the softs and the grains are moving up in price. So that'll all affect those currencies, the Canadian dollar, the Aussie dollar, and the South African rand. But apart from that, what else do you want to buy and sell the dollar for? Not much, right? I mean, do you want to be buying euros when there's a major potential world war going on in the background? Do you want to be buying the commodity prices aside? Do you want to be buying the Aussie dollar? Probably not. Definitely not the South African rand, although that is strengthening as a result, despite all of that, despite the politics going on in the country and between the US and South Africa. What else are you going to buy? A Canadian dollar? Probably not. So it's really tough because the dollar wants to be sold, but there are no takers. And that's the problem that we have. So I think that the euro needs to move up, and the pound and all the other currencies, particularly the commodity currencies, but I think it's just a big struggle because they're not, none of them are very attractive. And if you're going to dump dollars, you've got to find something that's better, and that's a tough job right now, right? So, we were talking about the Swissy earlier. The Swiss franc is another problem because this is a safe haven play, and when things get tough out in the world, the Swissy, the dollar Swiss moves down, as you can see. But every now and then we get decoupling or intervention, and the Swiss central bank doesn't want this moving down so dramatically either. So we've got wars fighting this down, keeping this trend moving down. We've got the idea that we want to get rid of dollars and buy other fiat currencies instead, but we can't find any decent fiats to buy, and we can't be, maybe the Swiss franc is the one, but we're at these perilously low levels, and any time you could get something dramatic like this. We really don't want to be caught in that sort of thing. So I don't like this pair at all at these levels. I think it's incredibly dangerous, and it's going to suffer from some violent whipsaw at some point if it keeps moving down. And you don't want to be caught in that. We were talking about the pound earlier, right? This terrible situation that happened on the pound, and this is quite recent. It's not just 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and that's the collapse. Let's go to the weekly chart. This is the collapse of the pound caused by various politicians, including the Prime Minister and the finance guy, the head of the Exchequer, who said a few things and decided to move things around a bit in the pension fund world and the monetary fiat world, and the pound collapsed. And people thought the pound was actually going to go to parity with the dollar. That's how dramatic it was. We dropped about 1,000 pips in 10 minutes on this occasion. So be careful of that. That wasn't long ago. That was a couple of years ago. And if you are trading the Swiss franc against the dollar, and you saw what I just showed you on the pound, and you can see what happens on this currency occasionally, you don't really want to be caught in that. There are better things to trade. That's what I'm saying. So that's currencies, and I really don't have anything else very exciting on this. I don't have any plays on the majors apart from the dollar Swiss, the dollar yen, sorry. I've got no plays on any of the major currencies or any of the commodity currencies either. But I will be looking at buying the Aussie dollar and the Canadian dollar against the US dollar if we get that chance. And maybe we've got that chance already on the Aussie. Remember what I was saying about commodity currencies, countries, and this is one of them. So Australia produces enormous amounts of minerals, metals, and agricultural products. And generally, when those things do well, the Australian dollar does well too. The agricultural products are increasing in price, and commodities like metals and energy commodities are all increasing in price, and that normally has a positive effect on the Australian dollar. Now, it's not looking very exciting though, but we have one beautiful, I'm going to sound like Donald Trump now, big beautiful spike down into the lower Bollinger Band here on this day chart. This is one big beautiful weekly spike down into the Bollinger Band.
Big beautiful spike.
That's it. There it is there. Big, beautiful spike. And basically, I think that's a low, and we're not going to get back there anytime soon. So the only question is now is where can we buy? We have been long on this pair quite often in the last couple of months, but it's not been very exciting. As you can see, this sort of bit here is just rather, I don't know what it is actually. It's just a thing, a blob. So what we need to do is it's in that zone there. Let's get rid of that. It's messing up my chart. But so what we need to do is get some resolution of this chop fest, as you like to call it, Michael. So where could we find a resolution? Well, we've got a top Bollinger Band just above us there, which we could tag and move down if we think it's moving down. I don't. I think it's moving up. So I'll be looking for the lower side, and we've got some order blocks down below us and some swing lows down here. Double bottom, maybe. I like that. So perhaps we can get halfway down to this double bottom for a buy, and that would be at this blue line, which is the 100-day moving average. So I'm going to set up a trade probably on this too today. And I'm just going to draw Fibonacci from the bottom to the top. From there, we've got so far. I'll move it up on higher if we keep moving up. Remembering I want to buy, so I'm looking to buy on dips. And maybe down into the swing high over here, and this 100-period moving average, and this price level of, got to reset my scale. Let's quickly change this to symbol. We need 4. And apply to all. Okay, that's okay. Hang on. Okay, I got one of those things in front of the screen. Right. So yeah. So I think maybe we can get back down into that sort of zone there. That's a previous swing high, and the price is 0.65. It's also a round number. It's also where the 100-day moving average is. It's a 38% retracement. It's probably better to try and buy at the 50% retracement at 6487. And it's also where the 200-period moving average is here on the 4-hour chart. So a dip down below that level into the volume zone here, and the 200-day moving average, period moving average. This is a 1-hour chart, and then a move up. Let's have a look at the day chart. So let's get this trade set up, and then there's the day chart. That's the level I'm looking to buy into, the 50% retracement of that move up. It'll take us back into the order zone or the volume zone, and the 50% retracement level here. So that is at 6486, and I would probably put my, we'll do it right now, we'll set it up shortly. I'll put my limit buy order in at 6480, remembering what I said earlier about the 80s and the 20s, which I like very much. So we can go across to this page here and set up this order. So I'm going to go for lots, that's $10,000, which is 10% of my $100,000 trading account here at Hola Prime. And I'm hoping, are we only able to trade this? Let's see. Maybe we can't set limit orders. I'm not sure. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah.
So where it says market, there's order type. Yeah, there you go.
So let's put a limit buy order in for 0.1 lot, and it was at 6480. I think. Let me just double check that, or let's put it in, and we'll. Hang on, where are we? Let's go back to that chart. We want a limit buy order in at 6480. That's correct. 0.6480. That's a buy. There we go. All green. Send order. And let's go to that chart. And is that correct? 6480. And let's have a look at the orders. So there we go. Working order, Aussie US dollar, buy order 0.1 lot, 6450. That's incorrect. That should be, I've got it all incorrect. 6480. What's going on here?
Yeah, I've never
put us into the trade. No.
I've always done it from the trading view.
So we want to go 6480.
There it is. There it is.
All right. So as you can see on your chart now, we've got that limit order in place at the price of instructed to place the order, 6480, 0.1 lots, a buy order for Australian dollar, American dollar, down here, and the order's placed. If and when the price comes back down there, it will trigger this order automatically and place me into a long trade. And if it does that, I need to have a stop loss placed in order in preparation. So let's decide where that should be. And I'm really just going to put it below these swing lows. Simple as that. And it might sound like a big stop loss to you, but I've only got a 0.1 lot on here right now. It's a $10,000 position on a $100,000 account. I could have a 200 or 300 or 400 pip stop loss if I wanted to, and still be within the restrictions of the account. But let's just put it below these lows for now. We will adjust it later. 6330. So let's put that in. And it's just a matter of entering it in here. Hang on, protection orders. Oh, yeah, we want some protection orders. We want a stop loss here. Just getting used to the platform. Don't panic.
No, you're
I'll
good.
be all over
I
it
was the
shortly.
same way the first few days when I got it.
Yeah, it definitely takes a minute.
Yep.
Yeah.
No worries at all.
All right, there we go. So stop loss is in place. There, you can see it on the chart. The order's in place. The stop loss is in place. Take profit, I'm not going to put in right now. I think my target for the Aussie dollar is 0.7. And it's interesting that 0.7 is the price Aussie dollar was at in the year 2000. I was living there, and I remember it just from memory. 0.7 was the rate between the Aussie dollar and the US dollar. So you could buy 70 cents US cents for one Aussie dollar. And that was 30 years ago. So interesting, isn't it? That's how currency trade, by the way, folks. They are not trending markets. If you're a currency trader, you're trading a ranged market most of the time. But they're very large ranges. So the pound can range, for example, it's been up as high as $2 to the pound, and it's been as low as almost $1 to the pound that we had a look at just a short while ago. So, but that's the big range, right? And the market never goes above $2 to the pound and never below $1 to the pound. And all the rest of the time, over 100, well, it's not quite 100 years, 70 years, we trade within that sort of range. And all the currencies are the same. The Aussie dollar trades between about half a US dollar and 0.8, something like that. So if we're at 0.8, we're near the top, we should be looking to sell. And if we're down near the bottom, we should be looking to buy in general. Right now, we've got some space between us and 0.7. We're at 0.66. And so we're going to try and get long on a dip down into that level. Down there, as I showed you earlier.
Nice.
And that's really it on currencies. I don't have anything else very exciting, and I don't like any of the rest of it, unfortunately. So I can't add some more to your very detailed and skillful analysis there, Michael and Tiger. But I trade a lot of things, so I can't analyze everything in as much detail as you're able to. So I go with broad themes more than very specific prices.
Yeah. No,
Let's
it's
go back
kind
to
of
Bitcoin,
envious
yeah.
in how many things you trade at the same time, which is again partly why I'm looking to branch out into the futures market a little bit. I'm thinking some currency futures is that'd probably be the most natural segue for me personally, I would think. You know, obviously being a Forex trader. So that's something that I'm keeping an eye on.
Yeah.
Obviously the coins like what you and Paul do. That's a couple of my immediate ones. Maybe someday figure out how this whole options thing works as far as strangles and straddles and all these fun words, condors and iron butterflies,
condors.
whatever the heck it's called. But,
no, it seemed like it's definitely a lot for sure. And I agree.
It's too much math.
The next natural progression would be to just jump on over to futures. At least start with one or something. You know what I mean? Kind of get that whole aspect down pat.
Yeah. That's what me and Coach
So,
Paul G was talking on our quiet markets. helping him with the Forex. He
Yeah.
helps me with the currency futures as far as the future structure. Good stuff.
So that's it. So Eurotrade setup. I don't know if you, it's probably quite difficult to see these numbers at the bottom of your screen if you're watching on YouTube. And by the way, welcome to everyone who's watching. It's great to have you here on Labor Day Monday, which is fantastic. You should all be doing other stuff, not trading these markets. Be with your families and go to the beach or go for a walk in the mountains or go to the pub and watch some sports or something. You shouldn't be here.
Yep.
But we're here because we love it, right? So just going back to this screen at the bottom, if you can see it, I know it's difficult. I'm looking at my other screen. It's not very difficult, so I'll read it out to you. So Bitcoin is about 0.5% down now. I've got the Bitcoin chart running, and now as a day trader, using a challenge, this is a challenge account. It's not funded even yet. I need to get it funded. That's what I'm trying to do. I've never traded a funded account before in my life. So there are all sorts of rules that you've got to adhere to. And I did read, interestingly, that if you actually stick to all the Hola Prime rules, and there's some info on the website, if you adhere to the rules and you're able to trade profitably by following those rules, you have a 91% chance of being successful, which I found fascinating. So if you do, and you might find the rules restrictive and annoying, which I do, but I'm learning that these are in place to help you be successful. And 91% of traders who have followed all of the trading requirements, they're not arduous, they're not many of them. It's not like the US Constitution. It's just a few lines of things you can and can't do. And if you just do those few things, you have a 91% chance of working out to be profitable. According to the info that Hola Prime has gauged over millions of trades and thousands of traders. So it's really interesting. So the reason I'm bringing that up is because I'm now 0.5% down on this Bitcoin trade, feeling very confident about it, everything like that, but also bearing in mind that I may not drop down below maybe 1% or 1.5% drawdown on this one trade if I'm to keep this account neat and tidy and within all the rules. So, and I've got other trade positions on at the same time, and that will all affect the net result. So just some things to be aware of. Normally, I wouldn't care about a $500 drawdown on Bitcoin, but on a challenge account where there are certain rules, you've got to be careful. Yeah. So
But
that's where we are. Now we're looking for a bit of a bounce.
Be the daily drawdown, right? So on a $100,000 account, 3,000. As long as that doesn't turn to 3,000, then that's what you want to start worrying. But you got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just keep in mind,
so
everybody
I'm
in the chat,
$500 down right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and just keep in mind, Chad.
Yeah. So these are real. Sorry, I'm getting used to the reverb speaker system as well. Don't mind me. Carry on, Tiger.
No, I was just going to simply say, keep in mind these rules that we have on the challenges. It's nothing that all the other ones don't have. Most of them, right? I mean, I've dug into tons and tons. I mean, dozens and dozens of other trading prop firms that well before Hola Prime, and if anybody thinks the rules are annoying, just know they're a lot of them are standard. It's not unique ones necessarily that Hola Prime puts on. That's just kind of a industry standard. But one of the coolest things I think about Hola Prime, outside of the 1 hour payouts, right, is the fact that they actually send you those warning emails, right? A lot of people freak out when they get those warning emails. James, I think you said you just had one, right? So
last night.
I've not seen any of the other prop firms talk about that or do that, right? If you do a hard breach, they just cut you off. But at least Hola Prime gives you that little heads up, and it's not saying that you can't necessarily do it. It's just saying be careful, because that's trading behaviors typically for newer traders that will find you blowing your account. James is a seasoned vet. Right. I'm sure he still appreciates seeing it because, like he said, he's still kind of learning the rules. 30-year vet, right?
Sure.
Or 30.
Yeah. So absolutely.
So these rules are not to pick on you guys and gals out there. It's not. It's just to start giving you those heads up that, hey, just make sure you're okay. We don't want you blowing your account. So hopefully that helps. Helps somebody out there.
Yeah.
100%.
No, that's excellent advice. Yeah. And, the reason we're all here is because I assume we're all looking for opportunities to make money in the markets. And many of you in chat, and welcome to everyone, by the way, say hello if you haven't done so already. Many of you in the chat will be trading Hola Prime, either a GUI trade account or a Prime X account. And there are rules. And it's interesting, I think, to watch the coaches actually navigating the same rules themselves, which I've had to do. And it's great. So I'm in the same boat as all of you in the chat. I've never done this before, and I'm finding out what you're finding out at the same time. So I think it's great. And I thought I could just leave this Bitcoin trade on for a couple of days and make $6,000 and pass the challenge, and everything would be tickety-boo. But it doesn't work like that. And that's considered risky trading, and I understand why. Even though it's not even a big position, it's only like half a Bitcoin, but you can still make $6,000 from half a Bitcoin and still not complete the challenge according to the rules. So be careful of that. But I want to have a look at the Bitcoin chart and one more time and just give you my hypothesis on this. I did it briefly earlier, but I do think we're going to hold this megaphone bottom.
Really quick, James. We did just come up on the hour to go ahead and give away this 5K account. Oh. And I believe we have
even better.
Yeah. So we got the winner
even
here,
better.
It looks like. So cool. Back in. So I'm going to throw this up here in a second, of course.
Here we go.
All right, guys. Looks like it's a lot of you here in the chat. We appreciate you guys showing up. And we have selected our winner. If we can get a quick drum roll, please. And today,
here we go.
John Dale is looking like John Dale
Wow.
I don't want to say his name.
Well done. Well done. John Dale.
Yes.
Awesome.
5K accounts.
Well done, mate. Well done.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. Only thing you need to do at this point, make sure you're in the Discord if you are not. There is a section in there that says something along the lines of giveaway. And it walks you through the exact steps on how to get this 5K account that you won today. So congrats on that.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Fantastic. And remember the rules. Remember to read the rules.
Yes, that's big.
Yeah.
Unlike me.
I like that, how you said they're simple, not like the Constitution.
Right.
Yeah.
So congrats.
Yeah. Well done, John.
Tiger looks like
awesome stuff.
Poll here. This one's for you. So it says if Coach Tiger was to endorse a brand with his haircut,
I saw that.
which one would be best? Yeah, I definitely went with I like the last one, the rocking
rock star
rock band revival.
Yeah. I'll take it.
Yeah, I think it's along the lines of for me. It's I know you mentioned your girl likes Metallica. I think was it?
Did you say Metallica?
Yeah, you say your girl. Your she likes a band. She wanted you to get a haircut similar to one of the rock bands or something like that.
Oh, she's talking about the Vikings. Like the old Vikings.
Oh, the Vikings. Style. Oh, okay. So I totally.
He's got this infatuation with the Viking style, not the paganism, not the religion aspect, but just the style. Yeah, we kind of joked about having a Viking style wedding, right? Whenever we get to that point, so yeah, I'm like, okay,
that'd be cool.
Yeah,
whatever works for you, baby. Whatever works for you.
That's fun.
Nice. Okay.
That's good stuff.
Cool.
Okay.
John, I don't know if you're still here, my man. But yeah, go. You can pass it.
Yeah, well done, John. Yeah, it's always great to win something, and well done. Congratulations. Fantastic. Yeah, so Bitcoin, I can't make my $6,000 from one trade, but we're back into this trade in any case, and a bit of a drawdown on Bitcoin, $400, but that's okay. We've been through that already. I do want to just go back to this chart. This is the daily chart for Bitcoin. And my trigger, now, if you're an altcoin trader, you may or may not be. I consider it to be a little bit of a gamble, mostly a gamble, actually. But I do have a flutter about once a year on altcoins. And if you are one of those people, you might want to consider that we're approaching that season now. We've moved into the apex of this triangle, which is formed by the megaphone pattern and this simple trend line. And we're below all of the moving averages except for the 200. The 200 period moving average is the purple one below us. So we're below the 20, the 50, and the 100, but above the 200. We might need to retest the 200. I hope not, but I'm allowing for it. And I've got hedge orders stacked up below this line, for those of you who are more swing traders, below the bottom of this megaphone and this double bottom swing low. It's actually a triple bottom. If we go to the 4-hour chart, you can see, not quite a triple bottom. That bottom there is slightly higher, the first one, but we've got a double bottom at least, even if it's not a triple. But I'm going to call it a triple anyway, because it makes it sound better. So there it is there, right? And that's what I like about this pattern. It's on the pattern bottom. It's at the point of control on the chart, and it's the Fibonacci level, and it's the big, broad megaphone pattern that we're trading within. I like it very much. Now, most people will think, well, Bitcoin is out of control. It doesn't trade technically, and it can't be relied upon to trade within proper chart patterns. Well, that may have been true up until about a year ago, when Bitcoin was just a crazy psycho babe over here, right? This is crazy psycho Bitcoin. And then in the last year, we've gone into what I think is normal Bitcoin, which is just an uptrend. If we change this to a log scale and draw a line underneath, there is a line here, which I'm going to show you. It's black. I'm going to make it white. We have a very long-term trend line going all the way back to November 2022, and we're still above it. We've touched it several times, not 5. After 5 touches, trend lines often break. We haven't even got 5 yet. I think this trend line is going to hold at the very least. We'll probably hold where we are currently, but I'm allowing for a dribble down into the apex, and it's a triple apex. It's a falling trend line. It's the megaphone bottom, and it's a rising trend line, and it's also the 100-day moving average, which is also here somewhere. I can't find it. Oh, sorry, the 200 period moving average right there, and that's moving up to the under part of that trend line. So in that corner right there, and I'll put a big blob there because this is the key corner on cryptos this year, right there. And let's make it green because we think it's going to hold. And that is the corner that I think will spark the next Bitcoin rally. If that fails, then it must go down to 100 and probably below 100, down to about 98 or 96. This swing low and the 200-day moving average and a very highly traded zone there, big volume zone. I think that's the least likely situation. So I think we're going to hold here and move up. I've got all my positions loaded up. I'm long from about 75,000, my lowest position. I've got most of it in the 80s and some in the 90s. Wow. But I will hedge the entire lot if we dip down below that current double bottom low that we're trading off right now. And my first order to hedge is at, I'll give you the precise number, 106,670. 106,670. And at that level, I've got a 20% hedge order. And every $1,000 below that, I've got another 10% order to hedge. By the time we get back down to 100,000, if we do, I'll be fully hedged and in profit on the hedged shorts. I'll then exit those shorts, take profit on those, and use that money to mitigate the risk on the additional longs that I'll add at that same time and price. And that will be either where we are today or into the green blob a little bit later on. If the green blob fails, of course, those hedges will be triggered and activated all the way down to 100,000. And then I'll be able to take some profit on those shorts, which would be great because my first short will be well above 100,000. And I'll take profit on those shorts, take all of that money and simply switch direction on it, add it to my existing longs from average about 80, I think 82.50 is my average long price. So I'm building up kind of what is a fairly long-term position, and I think we'll get up to 136 and then we'll see what happens after that. My method of exiting Bitcoin, I'll give you a very simple way. Most people lose on Bitcoin and crypto trades at the top and not at the bottom. It's a very strange thing. Most people start getting FOMO'd into trades when the market has reached almost near the top. And they're a bit late on acting on it. I don't know why, but Bitcoin retail traders get in way too late and they get stuck at the top. Whereas you should be getting in at the lows. Retail traders don't like getting in when the market's moving down on Bitcoin. It's that sort of market. They think that's bad news and we're getting cheaper, but it's not good. I think when it's cheaper, right? But they don't like that moving down. And so retail traders just don't get in when it's dropping. They get in when it's at the highs, and that's what's causing the problem. So the best way to get out of these trades, if you're in a long position, remembering that most traders get trapped at the top, retail traders, because they start buying at the top. But if you're in from the bottom like I am, and you get towards the top, the best way to exit these trades is to start setting what I do. I think it's the best way, is to set trailing hedge orders behind the price as you move up. It means you don't have to exit your long positions if you're a hold to the death Bitcoiner, which I am actually. I will never sell my long positions, and therefore I have to sell some stuff. I have to add shorts, holding the longs, add the shorts. I don't want to get rid of the longs. I want to make profit on the shorts though, and I'll take those profits on, add them back onto the longs when we get going back up to the upside. But we're at the bottom now, I think, and we've got the chance of moving up to those highs, and that's the way I'm playing it. And I'm using the same hedging method to employ risk defense. If we should start dropping below this double bottom, I'll start hedging exactly in that way that I've just described. By the time we get down to the bottom, all of my hedge positions will be in profit and enable me to add some more to the long side, which is the ultimate direction that I want to be trading in. So that's Bitcoin. And then all of these alts, I've got another page. Let me show you the alt page, if I can. No, maybe I can't. Oh, yes. No, I can't. But I've got a few alts on here. I've got XRP. Yeah. So I think the alts will get moving once Bitcoin gets moving. And Bitcoin, actually, as I said, funny enough earlier, is the one that's up with the alts and not the other way around as it stands at the moment. Bitcoin's well below this big 50 moving average in the center of the page, whereas Ethereum and Solana are above it. And these are done particularly well. So I have long positions on all of these, of course, Ethereum and Solana too. And we've got a new position on Ethereum here on GUI trade at Hola Prime from this current level. I think we'll move up and quite a lot higher on Ethereum. People have got targets of $10,000. I never pay attention to any of that sort of thing, but it's interesting nevertheless. Let's make this visible for you. So we're in this triangle, and the moment we get out of this triangle, we're at the bottom of the triangle. So if you're going to trade in a triangle, trade from the bottom to the top or the top to the bottom. Don't trade, get long at the top unless we break. So when we break out of here and then pull back into that zone, I'll look to add some more size to that position. And I'll just draw that in for you very quickly. So, break out. I've got a green line in there already, but something like that, maybe up to that previous high, a drop down, and then a takeoff from there. So I'll be looking to add some more size to Ethereum on that if we get it. But this is done really well, and we're well above the 50 compared to Bitcoin, which is well below. XRP is below, and many of the altcoins. The only other one that's actually above the 50 as well is Solana. And if you have a look at Solana, that's the market cap. It's also doing particularly well. Where can we find a Solana? Let's have a look at the Coinbase price here. And you can see we're well above the 50 on this one too. So that's the 50-day moving average here on Solana. So I think Solana and Ethereum are good altcoins to consider right now. And then Bitcoin, if we can get off that bottom, move up, that would be good too. And I think we're in the beginning of the crypto bull run. So if you're a crypto trader, happy days. Yeah.
Right. So this is the season,
but don't get too gung-ho. Yeah. Don't get too gung-ho, though. Don't get trapped and FOMO'd into trades that you don't want to be in. Be patient. Take your time. The market will come to you when it's time and when you've got your orders correctly placed or your strategy correctly set up, the market will probably come to you if you've done it properly, as our coaches often do very, very well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Love it.
Good.
What do you guys think about the crypto markets right now?
So
it's nothing that's on my radar. I mean, I only really I follow Bitcoin somewhat. It's not really on my radar as far as the fundamentals go. So yeah, I don't really track enough of them to have a good opinion. I just track Bitcoin because it's on my algorithm. So, but yeah, it's pretty well neutral and all the fundamentals as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, I don't know, Michael, you got a better reply to that?
No, I'm not too far from you. I mean, I look at Bitcoin every day, only because it's on my watch list. And then the only other coin I'm actively holding is XRP. And I think I might have mentioned before, I caught it way back when it hit $3 the very first time. That was the first crypto coin that I ever made money off of. So I got a small place in my heart to be able to. Make
that was XRP, was it, Michael?
And then, yep, it was. Yep. I got in at, I want to say like 13 cents or something. Yeah, this was years and years ago. I was living in Atlanta at this point. So yeah, me and a buddy of mine were in it. It was awesome. This was the first time it hit $3 though. I couldn't believe it. It went up. I was like, what in the world is happening? As soon as it touched 10K, it was a little bit over that. I was like, oh my God. I have never made a trade on crypto this big.
Yeah.
Right. So,
but yeah,
other than that, from a pure, pretty much it.
Yeah. From a pure supply and demand zone point of view, I mean, I'm kind of keeping an eye all the way down at 103,400, which is kind of the proximal line of the daily demand. But then obviously the 1 hour demand inside is confluence right at the 100K level. So I'm sure everybody in the world is keeping an eye on 100K if and when it drops to that price at some point. So from a technical point of view, that's probably the closest big level I'm looking at.
Yeah. I think if we get to 100 down there, the 200-day moving average is at 101,200. This swing low is at 98,300. So, and I think that will have to be taken out too if we get that low. That can't be left hanging around. We've got to get that one down. So probably we could get, we could even get down to like 93, 94, 92, something like that into this. There's a market structure break level here at 90. Two market structure break levels here in the low 90s. So don't rule that out. I don't think it's likely, but it's not impossible. There's nothing in trading has a zero probability of outcome. Nothing. Even the most extreme things you can imagine are possible. Yeah. So don't rule that out. But I think we're going to try and hold here, and I think this looks good. We may have to just sort of trickle into that apex a little bit further. But I don't know if we're going to take out this current low. I think we may have it in now, and I think that could be it. Double bottoms and tweezer bottoms are always really powerful, and this one is particularly so because it's at this line, and the Fibonacci level, and the apex of this triangle, and so on and so on and so on, in an incredibly and aggressively bull market. So I think we've got a good chance of holding here on Bitcoin. And the other chart I was looking at, there's no trading today on the S&P. There is actually the market is actually moving ever so slowly in after hours now because of Labor Day. But this is the idea I have in mind. I'd like to get your thoughts on this, Tiger and Michael, because I'm not too sure what's going to happen next on stocks. But I think everything's pointing to higher stocks, if anything. We have a megaphone pattern. We have Fibonacci projections above us. We've got a flat top that we haven't broken out of at the 78.6% last chance Fibonacci. So a breakthrough there will probably end up being like a periscope. And we saw that. I'll show you a very good example of that And we saw it just a couple of days ago on a similar pair. This is the US 30 with a similar pattern leading up into that periscope candle. Very similar to the S&P in this zone here. We'll go back to the S&P chart shortly. And then we got the periscope breakout and consolidation at the higher level. And I think we're going to get the same on the S&P. I'm not convinced of it. I think it's the most likely scenario that we get a periscope candle and then we hold for a week or so and then move up into these higher levels and then potentially crash back down. The other reason I think that's more likely is because if we go and have a look at the VIX, let's try and get the VIX chart up here.
Good old VIX.
And where's the VIX? What's it under? Derivatives. I've got too many
Look
charts.
at all those layouts.
Let's go here. It could be this one. I don't know. No.
Well, there's VIX on the bottom
Let's
left.
put it on. Let's put it on here. Let's just do it like this. The TVC VIX. So what I think on the VIX is that, so this really indicates to me, first of all, the VIX indicates market volatility primarily on the S&P. When the VIX moves down into this green band that I've got at the bottom of the chart, often the VIX will find a base there and move up. The VIX trades in a range, and it indicates that most of the time it's at the bottom, and occasionally we get these spikes out above about 15, 16 into the 20s, and occasionally very, very high up into the 40s and 50s and 60s. But that normally only happens once we get down into the green block, which indicates that the market might move, the VIX might move lower, which means that the stock markets might move higher. We don't have any indication that we're running into any problems here. It's plain and smooth sailing. And I have a sort of a line drawn on here too, which indicates where I think this could go. I can't see it now because the lines are black. But there's a squiggly line which I've drawn on this chart, which runs down into this green zone and then takes off dramatically thereafter up into a higher level. And that's towards the end of the year. So I think that the VIX is only going to take off towards the end of the year. And as a result of that, or in combination with that, or in alignment with that, I think this is what we're going to see on the S&P and the NASDAQ and the Dow, and perhaps the German 32, move up towards the end of the year and then a move down later in the year. We may stay around here for a number of weeks and months in the final quarter before moving down towards December around Christmas, which we have done for the last couple of years. That sort of Christmas sell-off. When everyone's expecting the Christmas rally, the Santa rally, the last 2 years we've sold off rather than rallied, and maybe we can do the same again this year. I don't know. These are all speculative ideas and nothing tradable until we see the price action confirming those thoughts.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
I've said enough now, gentlemen. It's your turn.
No. I was just going to say, I mean, fundamentally, as far as the indices, and that includes the Nikkei and the FTSE and the DAX, but yeah, Dow, NASDAQ, S&P, they're all giving me slightly bearish signals. I mean, as far as all the fundamentals, everything just kind of going against it. Like I say, the PMI data, the inflation, all that. Seasonality, as you kind of alluded to there, but I mean, I could see some pullbacks. I think I'm still overall bullish, but just looking for some like slight pullbacks, especially because of this more recent bearish narrative when it comes to all the economic data.
Yeah.
Now again, Dow's actually given me an official bearish signal as far as looking for a place to sell, but I would be afraid of selling it right now.
Oh yeah,
but definitely it pulling back, and if we could start to get some stuff turned around at some point, that'd be nice to go along. But just kind of neutral.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of feel like they're just wanting to hang out for a while. Let gold and silver have the shining moment for the time being.
Right.
Yeah.
Kind of
Well, here's the thing with the Dow is that we've. Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. And actually, weirdly enough, out of all days that US 30, S&P, or NAS can actually set up, I had something really close on S&P. I'll short here in a second. It's actually tempting to even try to trade it still, even though, we got the holiday, but it's super close to setting up. I saw it last week. So yeah, maybe put it on a smaller position. I'm hoping it doesn't do anything, just kind of hold the level until tomorrow when the volume comes back in. But yeah, really close. I think all three of them are bullish.
Is that are you looking at a W?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is the Dow. This is the US 30. Yeah. So here's a fun fact, right? We were short on this double top, and holding that short for I don't know 3 or 4 weeks maybe, and nothing really happened. It did move down. I think we got hedged once or twice, and then we were still short when this happened, and we got all of that profit, and then we bought at the bottom and got some of the profit on the way back. That was just luck. Very similar to the oil trade with the and the copper trade. Actually, there have been some fantastic trades with Donald Trump's stuff. So we've been this in the stock market. So we were just very fortunate because this is a clear double top, right? And we managed to get short, and we were short during this move. We got long at the bottom simply because it had gone too far. But that's a bit of luck, really. These things only happen if you happen to be in the trade at the time. But we did have a double top, and we've broken above it now. And this is, I think, before you get short on the Dow, you've got to be a little bit careful. It may go short, but we've got this double top that we've just broken out of, and it's also pink. Got to respect the pink lines. And that's the same line. Everyone was short here, right? I don't know if you remember the last couple of weeks. Everyone's been shorting the Dow at this double and then triple top. And look what happened on Friday. So, yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's a good shout. It should have or could have gone down. It didn't. It went up instead. And we've consolidated that range above the breakout. So I think it's going up. And I think the next target is a top 200 period Bollinger Band at 47. We're currently trading at 45. So how are we going to get into this trade? Much like we spoke about, like oil and some of the other trades we spoke about, the breakout pullback. We may have probably pulled back on this one already, actually, so it might be too late. There's the breakout. If we go to the 4-hour chart, you'll see it more clearly. There's the breakout, pullback, takeoff. So this is already completed. There's no chance to get into this trade right now unless we get back down there, or if we rally to the higher level, the target, and get short over there. But right now, there's no real opportunity on the Dow. I would like to take this trade on the bounce if we can get it, but I think we may have already completed that bounce. And the next move could actually just be on upwards. So I missed a trick there. Didn't get on that trade, but we were trading the other indices at the time. So, and crypto, of course. So a lot of time spent on trading Bitcoin and the altcoins over the last week or so. So I missed that one, but it was a good trade. Also, a tweezer double bottom here on the 4-hour chart at the support breakout, the 20 period moving average, and the 50 confluence, and that horizontal line, all at the same price. So that's very, very strong. And I don't think it's going to be easy for us to get that back down below that level, apart from maybe just a little peek down through it to this level here, the dotted line, which is the point of control. So, yeah, maybe that. I'll be all over that trade if we get it later on today or tomorrow or whatever. Probably not today because the market's closed. But, yeah, I think that's a good one. Generally, I think that these markets are moving higher, and I don't think they're moving down. But I'm often wrong. I could be completely wrong. But I think with interest rate cuts coming up, I think Jerome's going to say some dovish stuff after the FOMC. I think we'll get 25 points, not 50, not 0. I think it's going to be 25. And I think Jerome has been gently encouraged to say something more pleasant afterwards. So, and I think the press might have something to do with that too. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I agree on the Dow. I mean, the put to call ratio it looks like your average retail trader is kind of in the extreme greed category. It's like straddling right on that line. So yeah, I agree. I'd be looking for that pullback too. Not a bad level where you had it there.
Yeah,
this thing moves quite a bit. Just in a day or two.
Trade to the upside. Yeah, we were in that trade to the upside slightly. That actually was the day of the speech. Matter of fact. Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't get it though. We closed it out. I didn't want to step in front of it in front of that news. I closed it out, but sure enough, as soon as I closed it out, this thing went to the moon.
Oh yeah.
You can see how many people got short here. So look at all these shorts here, right? under that triple top. And when you got that much short underneath a flat top and it breaks out, well, that's what you get, isn't it? A massive move up and a consolidation above the volume zone. So maybe we can get another dip down to there. Maybe not. I don't know. If not, we just don't get the trade, and we'll have to look for something else. We got longs on some of these names as well: QBTS, MSTR, Tesla, Coin, Nvidia. I'm short actually. That's an interesting one. People saying, well, "Why did you short Nvidia?" Who shorts Nvidia? Well, I shorted Nvidia, and we're still slightly out. Oh, we're actually in profit on this now. We're in profit, so that's good. I'm just looking for a move back down to the green line. That's all. I'm bullish on Nvidia. This is a counter trend trade, not a large position. It's some money, but it's not massive. There's the breakout of that ascending triangle. That's the big move up, big breakout. I think we can get back there. We have not done that yet, so we need to get back down to the breakout point. It's a kind of an important breakout level because of that triangle, but it's also a big flat top. Not neat, but messy, but it's a sort of a zone. And it's also where the 200-day moving average is just underneath there, and the 100 just underneath the green line. So that's my idea in Nvidia, short on Nvidia. And if Nvidia does actually drop quite dramatically in thin markets today, it's very possible that it could drag the rest of the market down today in post or pre or after market trading. And we could see the NASDAQ and the S&P and the Dow all starting to dribble down. And I think we may have that actually, remembering that we've got NFP on Friday. That jobs number is going to affect all of these markets very dramatically. It's a very crucial and key jobs number in general, but it's just ahead of the next FOMC meeting, which is going to rely on that number for its decision. So could we just dribble down into that meeting? Probably, possibly. Have we got high enough yet to dribble down from? Maybe not, I don't know. But if we do get down to that zone there, I'll be looking to buy the NASDAQ. And my idea is, and if we don't get down there, I'll be looking to buy it anyway. But if we don't get down there, I'll be looking to buy more or less where we are now. My target is back up at the top of the channel, all the way up here. And that's at about 26,000. Let's quickly have a look at that in a broader scale and pull that down. And it's the top of this channel. The only time we've been out of this green channel, the only time since, let's see how far we've got to go back, to 2022. So 3 years ago, we've been in this channel. Once we exited it and we came back inside. That exit was the Liberation Day exit, and the recovery back into the channel was called a Zweig breadth thrust, which has only happened 4 times in all history. A massive move down like this followed by an equally powerful reversal happened 4 times in previous history, and every time it's led on to 20% further gains in the stock markets. I didn't believe that. Many people didn't believe it. The institutions did not believe it. The retail traders did. And this rally here, as far as I understand, and from what I can read, reports that have come out in data, that most of this has been driven by retail and not by what people call the whales or the institutions or the banks or whatever. This is mostly retail fervor, and the banks have been left behind. So what does that mean? Or let's call them the whales. It incorporates institutions, banks, treasuries, central banks, whatever, all of that stuff. If they've been left behind, there's only one thing they can do, considering that we're moving into the third quarter of the year and they all want their bonuses, and that's to look to buy the dips, right? Otherwise, they're going to have no money at the end of the year. So what they're going to do is probably look to buy shallow-ish dips and then build that up as we start to bounce off those levels. And if we do have to dip deeper like this, I think the most volume for those institutional trades will come in slightly lower down. But I do think there'll be some attempts higher up where we are currently trading, and that might just hold this market up and prevent it from dribbling down too far before we get to the FOMC meeting next month and the jobs data coming out on Friday this week. So interesting times and tricky to trade, but I think we've got a broad plan in place, and that's generally, in my opinion, stock markets up towards the end of the year, dollar down towards the end of the year, and everything else will fit into that overall zeitgeist or plan or idea. I think I've got it mostly right. There will be nuances and difficulties within that, of course, with noise and fluctuation and news, things that come out. But I think that's my plan. So yeah, buying the dips on the Nasdaq, S&P, Dow, etc. Buying the dips on gold, buying the dips on crypto, buying the dips on the majors against the dollar, and selling oil. That's the only one that I'm short on. Even buying natural gas.
Oh,
Awesome.
Yeah.
zeitgeist. That's one of them
awesome.
fun words you don't hear often.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you guys seen that movie, Zeitgeist
Right.
Addendum? Ever heard
It
of
got
it?
something to do with some
It's like-
snow, maybe some snow or something, or snowstorm or something.
No. This talks about the bank, the creation of money, and kind of like a utopian type style of a world, but it involves money and the economy. It's an interesting thing. You can actually find it, I think, for free on YouTube. But yeah, just type in Zeitgeist Addendum. Crazy. But they do.
Okay.
They have about
Cool.
a 15-minute section within that first 15 minutes or so of the movie where they kind of go through the creation of money and how it operates, the fractional reserve system. It's crazy. It's really crazy when you
Quantitative,
actually watch
what we was talking about.
how it works. Yeah, well, it's just the creation and the
Yeah.
fractional reserve system and how money's created out of thin air. It's pretty crazy. I'll have to send you the link, Michael. I'll find it.
Oh,
I'll send
yeah,
it.
for sure.
I'll send it to you, gents. Yeah, it's some interesting stuff. Anyway, sorry to get sidetracked.
No, it's
No worries. Michael, I think may have seen you look at the dollar index before in one of the sessions. I can't quite remember, but I generally use the dollar index to try and guide my currency trade ideas. And this is the dollar index chart. It's a really interesting chart because we also have a megaphone pattern here too, and at risk of being slightly obsessed with megaphones, which is okay, or expanding patterns, as you call them, I must draw this in. So we've got this pattern here, right? And I'm going to try and sort of get this right. Something like that. This is the US dollar index. And you can see if I just move this across like that, it doesn't look very dissimilar to what we saw on the euro-yen chart, on the day chart, where we had the sideways movement. And then, if you remember, the euro-yen then moved up almost to that previous high and has moved down. We haven't got down to the bottom of the range. We've done the same on the dollar index here. We've moved up out of this range. It really was a bull flag-ish sort of range. And we broke out through the top and made a new high above that previous high and forming the top of the megaphone. And then we're moving back down towards the bottom of the megaphone now. So we've got a clear target down at the bottom of the megaphone. I've got to just redraw this properly, but it's something like this. And I think that looks good. That would take us down to the 78.6% Fibonacci level down here. And it would also take us down to the lower Bollinger Band and the megaphone bottom and my original blob. I've had that blob drawn in there for about 6 months now. So, and I've got to keep on moving it as things go too slow for my blob. So I think we could get down there on the dollar, and then I think we'll see a sharp rally out of there towards the end of the year. And I think this will align with the overall idea that we'll start to see everything else just come off a bit, and potentially even a top on things like crypto and gold and maybe stocks even. And that will then be at the time when the dollar sort of finds its feet down here. I don't think the dollar's going to zero. I don't think the dollar's doomed. And many people do think that. I keep on saying, well, what are you going to buy instead of US dollars? What currency do you want to hold if it's not the US dollar? There aren't any that you can name particularly that are of any interest or very exciting. But digital dollars are pretty interesting, right? So I think the digital dollar, or USD, whatever, suffix thereafter, C or T or D or whatever it is, any digital dollar is going to be more valuable than a digital euro or a digital yen or a digital Aussie dollar. Absolutely. So I think that's going to be the savior for the dollar and not the decline or the demise of the dollar. In fact, exactly the opposite. So I think at some point soonish, we'll find towards the end of the year, we'll find some feet here. And maybe that blob's a little bit too far away because that's into next year already. So somewhere down in around December, possibly early January. That's November, 11 December. Let's just keep those dates somewhere around there. So that's just sort of right at the end of December. We could be down there on the dollar, and that might actually be the bottom as we start seeing more and more crypto flying in to USDT and C and all the others, and the dollar gets a bit of a bid. And perhaps that's when Bitcoin starts to retract or retreat as we see more money flowing into other digital type currencies and assets. Right. And at the same time, I think gold will carry on marching up, consolidating, marching up, and Bitcoin may come off a bit and then move up. But it's all about the US dollar, and I think that's where we're heading. I'll even draw a path in here. I'll sticky this and put it in the Discord for you, so that one day when I'm completely wrong, you can point at it and say, that's how wrong you were, James. And I think you're going to do this, all right? Something like that. And let's sticky that one, folks. We'll come back to this in 6 months' time, and you can tell everyone what a silly twit James is. That's my plan.
I'll put it on my calendar so I remember to review it. And by the way, yeah. I didn't know about that tool, that disjoint channel tool that you use there.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's quite a new tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they just added it about 6 months ago.
Oh, okay. No wonder. I was like, well, because I'm always drawing up contraction boxes, as far as like the master pattern indicator is concerned. But I've got, I was just manually drawing my lines, but that makes it accurate. So I learn something every day. Thanks, James. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries, man. And what's nice is you can drag it around like this. Isn't that cool, right? So you can really get it quite neat. My. So you can change the start points too. You can even make it like that if you want to. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah.
1% better every day. There's my 1% right there. Learning a new tool.
That's it.
Yeah, that is one of the pictures on my wall. Of course.
Yeah. Awesome. 1%.
Anyway,
I'll be right back. Right back.
No worries.
Okay.
Okay, Michael. What do you think about the dollar overall? Do you think that we're going to see a much weaker dollar, or do you think that we're going to eventually, gather some strength down at these lows?
Nah, I mean, I'm just one of those people who you got to show me that it's doomed first, right? I mean, everybody's been on it for the longest. We buy everything with it. I don't think it's going anywhere. If anything, it's going to get better, right? With crypto, everyone thinks it's kind of like
I think so.
In my opinion, it's almost like the one last trick up your sleeve. Just when you thought we were going to go down, we got another 100,000 years. We just going to change it to
yes.
USD now.
Yeah.
USD. Like, gotcha.
Yeah, I like that.
Y'all thought we was doing
Yeah.
No, we got a whole other trick.
That's it. I like that. Yeah, I think it's accurate. I really do think that's really true. I mean, what are you going to buy? A BRICS central bank currency instead of the US dollar? Really?
Right.
No one's going to buy it. No one wants that nonsense. No, not at all. No, it's rubbish. It's going to be crypto and the US dollar and gold.
What's that, Michael? It's going to seem a little bit odd, a little bit off and uncomfortable to maybe use that in the beginning, but it's already happening, right? Like there's companies taking crypto, you can buy cars, anything you can really think of, you can buy with crypto.
Yeah.
Right. So it's already here. We never thought we would have seen crypto ATM machines. You know what I mean? But they're here, alive and well. So.
So I've got on my telephone, I've got a Kraken wallet with all sorts of coins in it, mostly Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, and so on. But I've got a whole bunch of other coins. But I've also got dollars. I've got USDT, I've got some euros, I've got some Australian dollars, but not real ones. They're digital, but they're better than the real ones because they don't cost anything for me to send from my phone to someone else's phone in the UK or in California. It costs nothing and it takes no time. So they're better than physical dollars, right? And I think that's the way we're going. I'm very happy to have a Bitcoin wallet with some dollars, some Bitcoin, some Ethereum, some XRP, some Australian dollars, some Canadian, whatever you want in your wallet, and you can swap it around as you want. And you can, if you think the Aussie dollar is going to go up against Bitcoin, you can move some of your Bitcoin into the Aussie on your Kraken wallet or whatever wallet you have. It's instant and it's free. So it's the best way to trade for sure. I think that's the way the world's moving. Everything digital, and it's going to be a wonderful, beautiful world to live in, I think. So I'm looking forward to all of that stuff.
And if you really think
and
about
also,
it nowadays, right,
with this
like,
Kraken account,
it's not a big difference in what we're doing now, right? Like you get wires, ACHs, it's all digital money anyway. You actually don't touch it physically anyway. So it's not a big difference, right?
it is actually,
very close.
it is, Michael. So I sent some money from a bank in the UK to this Kraken account on my phone on the weekend. It took me about 3 hours to get through all the security protocols involving a phone call to London, involving about 4% in fees between the various bank transfers and into the wallet, and then out of the wallet into my cold wallet, another bit of money. All of that ends up about 5%. If you buy something in digital dollars or Bitcoin, it costs almost nothing, the exchange fees, and it's instant. That money that I ordered from my broker account, some money that I ordered from my trading account at Black Bull, I mostly trade at Hola Prime, of course, but a small trading experimental account at another place. I had to move some money out of there into my bank account in England, and then get it from there to my Kraken wallet and into Bitcoin. That whole process took over a week and cost me 4.5% in fees. So there is a massive difference in terms of convenience and cost for sure when using digital currencies, because I could do the same thing with digital dollars in under a second for no cost. Yeah. So I think that's the convenience factor is what's going to swing it. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. For sure. Even down to Ripple, like replacing ACH, things like that. So it's just those small things, right? ACH typically takes 2 to 3 business days. We can have this instantly. Like, I mean, that's night and day, right? Like you don't have to wait on the weekends when the banks are closed to actually get the money. They can still be instant. I mean, I use it literally USDT, USDC, honestly, maybe twice a week. It's convenient. I don't have to really do anything.
Yeah.
It's quick. Whether I'm just using Coinbase, something small. If the other person has Coinbase as well, you can send it instantly. It's free. I mean, to me, it makes sense. It makes total sense to do it.
Yeah.
And I was always one of those people too, where you don't want to get stuck in the past, because if you get too far behind, it's too hard to catch back up, right? That's like AI nowadays. Yeah, some people are like they're using like they don't know about like the AI or the Chat GPTs or DeepSeek, and it's like, what is that? And I'm like, you're scaring me by even asking me what is that.
Yeah. I had to teach my nephew what DeepSeek AI was this weekend because he just got a job with Panasonic, and so that was one of the questions that they asked, and some of his onboarding was, which AI program do you prefer to use? He's like, Google search. I don't know. So I had to kind of get him up to speed on that. Okay, this is DeepSeek. This is Chat GPT. This is the benefits. But yeah, it's definitely the way the world's going. I don't use Google search or Yahoo search anymore. All my searches are on DeepSeek.
Why would you?
I talk about it all the time, Michael. Just as long
nowadays
as
it used to be.
If we're using DeepSeek,
it used to be like you got a question, you got to Google it, right? Like, but the thing was, you can find the answer, but it took you a minute, and God forbid you have a follow-up question, right? Now you got to do a whole nother search, and it's not just there. But ChatGPT, DeepSeek, I mean, this thing will give you the exact answer you're looking for. 2 or 3 follow-up questions, and you're like, You're like, all right, I don't have any more questions. Like that's all I really wanted to know. That right
And
there
it's helped
is one of the most powerful things ever to me.
Yeah, and it's helped me out
Yeah.
immensely just on how fundamental reports work. I mean, you know, how does the NFP report affect the British pound or stuff like that, right? Branching off into other assets and commodities and such. So it does. It's helped me immensely. Just helped to project things better. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Personalize it. It helped me change a part on my car, the VVT solenoid switch, right? It helped me to pull it, figure out how to
What
pull
car have
it
you
out,
got,
clean
Tiger?
it up. I got a Kia Soul.
You got a
the
V6
hamster
Ford
mobile.
Capri or something?
No, it's
Hamster
2020
mobile.
Kia Soul. It's the hamster mobile, but yeah. So I'm ready to get something a little more me. But in the meantime, I had to make sure it was working. So no, thanks to it gave. I mean, I gave it the code, the check engine code, and everything that they gave me at the auto parts store. So bring the code home, tell them what I got, and it told me in a couple paragraphs how to do it. So versus if you do a Google search, it might show you just generic Kias or generic cars from that time frame.
Yeah.
You can give it the exact car, and it shows you exactly what to do with pictures and everything. So no, it's the best thing ever.
Right.
Best thing ever.
Yeah.
No, I love it. Love it.
Anyway, just to finish off on Bitcoin.
Since sliced bread,
Paul.
then it was the best thing since the internet. Now it's the best thing since AI.
No. That's it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Just to finish off on Bitcoin, here's a short-term trend line. This is a 15-minute chart. I posted this up on X yesterday morning, just to show you where I got into this trade at the first point. I got in on the dip originally, but I also took some day trades on the breakout through this trend line. Pretty simple, really. It's a downward sloping trend line with previous highs. It was there. We broke out through, and we've come back down almost to test, not quite, but just down to that order block and bouncing out of there. So I think it all looks pretty good. There's probably a good buying zone for Bitcoin, even as a day trader right here, if we manage to break up and hold above this horizontal point of control on your chart. So keep an eye on that level there. It might be able to, you might get a trigger. But what I did want to talk about was natural gas. And you can trade natural gas at Hola Prime, not on your GUI account, but on your Prime X account. And I'm just doing a quick trade position update for those of you who are trading this and have been long on this from this kind of level. So we're basically long on natural gas. I'm not going to go into the detail of all of this, but it's pulled back down to not quite the bottom of this potential bull flag. Let's go to the day chart. So we've got a move up from the low, a potential bull flag in the forming here. I'm allowing for a move down to the bottom of this bull flag down here. We haven't got there. We bounced up from this current level where we got long. This was my first attempt at longs, and it seems to be working okay so far. This is the day chart, and we're holding above the 20-day moving average, and we've got 3 closes, assuming that today will also close above it. Well, I hope it will, at least. 3 closes above the 20-day moving average after breaking out through this flat top over here, and my targets are variously up into some of these higher levels, starting at 375, but before that, the top of this long-term potential bear flag channel, a bull flag channel. I thought we might be able to get down to the bottom at 220. We didn't. We bounced off here, so we got long here instead. And I'm looking for this to move up to follow now the white or gray line on the chart there. So still long and strong on natural gas, and no changes to that position. This is on my cash account, not at Hola Prime. And then whilst we're on energies, we were talking about energies earlier, we're also long on WTI oil, long on oil and gas simultaneously, which is unusual, but we are. Often they trade in inverse directions. They are slightly inversely correlated. But oil's moving up, natural gas is moving up, and we're long on both of them. But I will be looking to exit this oil trade fairly soon if we can get up into the blob. As you might know by now from this short interaction with me in this session, I'm a blob trader. I like blobs. So if you're wondering why we have blobs everywhere, it's because I like them, that's all. And they do sort of point out a range. Don't get stuck on a line, right? Do a blob, and the blob will help you adjust your trade if it doesn't perfectly react to 67.175. Many traders, particularly men, think that's where trading works, that it will stop at 67.675 and turn around.
Yeah,
But it won't.
that's exactly
It'll
why.
be in the blob somewhere.
I mean that's exactly why I prefer supply and demand zones as opposed to support resistance. I don't want to have to nail it perfectly. I mean, just give me an area, a reasonable area. In your case, it's a blob, and it's pretty much the same concept, right? Just looking for a zone. But hey, real quick, I did want to point out. So you guys, we mentioned this, I think Friday for the first time, talking about the Grand Prix Championship. So just wanted to take a quick moment to remind everybody about that. It's happening soon. Again, that's the Hola Prime Grand Prix Championship. Think of it like the Grand Prix of markets. You've got your engines revving with a starting balance of $10,000. Great way to sharpen your trading strategy and maybe even snag some cash prizes. So keep in mind that the competition does kick off on September 8th. So that'll be next Monday. But the registration is already open until September 7th. So it's open through Sunday here in the U.S. / I guess that would be, Sunday period. And there's going to be a $5,500 cash reward for the top spot.
Wow.
Plus some other great prizes. You can trade on Match Trader, and news trading is allowed as well. So keep that in mind. Much like the challenge phase of your trading challenges, right? So keep that in mind. And it's a nice tip. So just remember there are some limits. You cannot exceed a 7% loss overall, and you cannot exceed a daily loss of 3%. So pretty straightforward. Go ahead and log in, navigate to that competition tab, and you're good to go. And hey, if you're lucky enough to be in the top 20, you'll get some nice rewards as well, plus a shout out on our social media. So if you are looking to add a little thrill to your trading, this is your chance. Check it out, and who knows, you might just find yourself on the podium. So we will see you there. So yeah, just once more, just remember you guys have all week.
Awesome.
Say the sooner the better, and then we'll start that this next Monday. So get ready.
Nice.
Get ready.
Yeah. Awesome. Are coaches allowed to trade, or is it just for our fabulous viewers?
Should be all. Yeah, I believe it's across the board, isn't it? It's not just strictly us. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that's right. Well, double check.
So it's going to be Michael against Tiger against Chat on the Forex scalping. Is that where it's going to be, right?
I think I'm gonna sit out. I'm gonna let him have it.
Yeah. So let's have a look at these trade positions. Bitcoin's still a bit underwater, but improving. Ethereum similar, and XRP all the same, really. Moving into a little bit of profit on the euro yen and the euro short. And Tiger, or is it Michael? I can't remember. One of you is long on the euro, and I'm short. This may turn around any time now. Yeah, euro dollar. That's just moving down a fraction. We've broken down below that support. That was the first target. If you remember, we talked about the breakdown through the trend line, the retest of the trend line from underneath, and then move down to the first support zone. It's now, well, we haven't closed below it. It's trying to test it at the moment. Might take profits down at the next support zone down here. So just moving down a wee bit. What you can do on these sorts of trades, once you've moved into some profit, we've only got a few pips on here, but you could start to trail your stop loss or take profit quickly if you want. It's a holiday day, not really a serious trading day today. But if you've got a few bucks in there, you might want to trail your stop loss very tight, remembering that today is a very thin traded day, so there's not a lot of volume, and these markets will be susceptible to spikiness and frivolity and boisterousness that we don't want to see, and general bad behavior. So maybe that's what's happening with the euro right now, and I just happen to be on the right side of it, fortunately. How are you treating this, Tiger? Or was it Michael? I can't remember.
No, Tiger's in it.
$0.
Who's short?
Yeah,
Long.
I've already taken.
Tiger.
Yep, I already took a small loss on that one. It literally just poked out, so we'll have to reevaluate that one.
Okay.
It was just 5-minute demand, so yeah, I
Yeah.
got a nice initial bounce of about a 1.5 to 1, but I was going more for a 3 to 1. It turned around and reversed on me, so tiny loss, tiny amount of money, no big deal. We'll catch the next one.
Right.
Yeah, it might just turn around here, actually. In any case, you might want to get back into that. It's not a great day to trade, though, is it? Because as soon as the US market opens in about an hour and a half, and all the chaps or fellows in London go home and go for tea and have enough of the day, that'll be that. And US will be pretty dead, I reckon. So, if you haven't got much going on right now, there's probably not going to be much chance later on. But, you can have a go, I suppose.
No.
Yeah, I'm not doing
I won't
much
be taking any
after
more
this.
trade
Literally,
positions
I'm
today.
here, about to take my daughter to school, and I think we about to go paddleboard. I'm taking off this morning. Seriously, it's not going to be
Your
nothing.
paddleboard?
We about to just start it. Yeah, 3 of my friends, they got some boards, and there's a place here. It's really close. You can rent them. So we want to test it out first, make sure it's something that we want to do and take on seriously, and then we're going to buy some off Temu.
Yeah.
They got some inflatable.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. They like
inflatable.
I'm not gonna
nice.
lie,
Yeah, inflatable.
I've bought more things on Temu than I care to admit.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah.
I'm the same.
Yeah. You can't beat the
There's a very good
bargains,
surf
man.
spot quite near you, Michael, just down the road from you. I'm assuming you're sort of northern part of Mexico, maybe, I don't know. But there's a very, very world-famous surf spot. I'm not sure exactly where it's situated. You may have heard of it. And it's a very long beach with a massive left-hand beach break, which runs quite a long ride, like 700 meters or something. And it's world famous, one of the best rides in the world. I think it's not too far from, the US border, somewhere up in that region.
Yeah, I'm over by
Maybe you can take your paddleboard out at the surf spot.
Please.
Padre Island?
You always
I'm
play a little
being in
paddleboard.
Nice calm waters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that's what
he's
you
in-
do, right, James? I seen your Know Your Coach video. You're a surfer, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like to claim to be. Yeah, I've surfed for a very long time, but not so much anymore. But I'm getting back into it. One of the reasons I've started gymming and trying to get fit again and reverse a bit of aging is one of the reasons is because I want to start surfing. And it requires quite a lot of physical fitness and strength and breathing ability because you get held underwater quite a long time. And when you're almost 60, it's not that easy. So one requires a bit more, fitness and strength and breathing ability. Yeah.
So funny enough, that's exactly why we're doing it. We want that to be our like exercise routine, basically. Drop our daughter off.
Yeah.
Go out there 2-3 times a week because we just had my girl did a moms get together. So like a few people showed up. It was actually really fun. We had so much fun, in fact, that they ended up coming to our house afterwards. We were with them for like 12 hours on Saturday. And my boy, he left Playa and he came up. He was getting some tire changed on his car. He came up with his son afterwards, and he brought the paddleboard. And I'm like, dude, let's go out there and have some fun. So by the time I get out there and I'm moving and I'm like, oh man, I can definitely feel this on both sides. Like this is gonna be perfect. So we're definitely gonna get out there and start to make like a whole routine for exercise. So we're looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I'm starting.
We went
That's
to
really important.
Vegas. We did kayaking in the Colorado River. It was like an excursion. It's like 5-hour excursion. Man, man, that thing had you sore the next day. And that's when I really noticed that, this is a great source of exercise, like for real. So we finna get out there, get some workouts in, have some fun, eat some food out there, talk and bring it on back.
Yeah. Kayaking, rowing, it does get you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that's oil. So I'm already long on oil, but you can see my green arrow down here at this orange line. from many days ago now, 61.80. We're currently trading at 64.50-ish. And I think we'll probably turn around slightly above where we are currently trading. But if we do turn around here at this order block above us and this previous swing high, and it's also the 200 period moving average on this 4-hour chart, it may provide some resistance and force us back down and to resume the downtrend. So I'm keeping an eye on this level right here. I have a long position on with a few dollars in profit, and I'm hoping that we'll get up there in order to take profit and reverse back down to short. My target for oil is down at about 55, down at this previous swing low, and then beyond that, down to about 50 and maybe 40 something as well. So quite a long term. And remember, folks, oil is a terrible instrument to trade. It's messy, it's choppy, it's dirty, it smells when it burns, it pollutes the atmosphere. It's not great to trade. And if you don't like messy old instruments, oil is not for you. Yeah.
Tell us about it. Michael and I are complaining constantly about it, right, Michael?
Yes. Me and Tony was just talking about it too in the quiet market session. Like, I don't even know what's going on with this thing. He told me some stories about nat gas and crude as well, and what the guys were doing back at the desk. And I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. That's why this thing doesn't behave.
Call it.
Yeah.
We call it Michael's
So
problem child.
I think oil is a beautiful rounded bottom, much like you find in large parts of Mexico, Michael. Rounded bottoms. Sorry, that was rude. Shouldn't have said that. But beautiful rounded bottom. But I'm not sure if we'll get up to the top there. I think we'll just get to the 78.6 and then fall down. But we might get up there and make the rounded bottom great again. So let's keep an eye on that. But watch this current level. We may fail there. And then natural gas. Let's have a look to see if anything's moved since last time. We're having a bit of fun. And natural gas holding up pretty strong. This is the day chart on the 4-hour chart, looking good too, and moving up nicely. There's the 200 period moving average. We're holding above it on the 4-hour. Great start. That's always a problematic zone on the 4-hour, as is the 20 period. We're above the 20 and we're above the 200, which is great. And on the day chart, we've still got some work to do. We've got the 50 above us, and the 20 is actually, sorry, that's the 100 as well above us. So, and loads of volume to get through. But I think we could do it on natural gas. I like natural gas because I think that we're going to be using an awful lot of it in the future. And I know that people don't like natural gas because it leaks all over the show and creates environmental problems. But it burns better than oil and coal. It's more easily transportable. It can be frozen or liquefied rather and sent overseas, and there's demand for it, and there's a lot of it around. So I think it's one of the fuels of the future, including uranium and other materials like lithium for batteries. I think that's the way the world's moving, away from coal and oil. And I think I'd rather bet on natural gas, even though people don't like it much, even though it can leak and create problems with greenhouse gas emissions. It's still better than coal, still better than oil, I think. And I think the science shows that too. And so if the science shows it, we should be paying attention. We should be looking to buy natural gas. And I think overall, we're going to be using a lot more energy as human beings. We're pretty much addicted to energy right now, and we're getting worse. And we need more and more of it. It's like any other drug. You got to have more. You can't just stick with what you got. So we're going to be using a lot of energy in AI, in Bitcoin farms, in computer centers, data centers, you name it. We'll be using natural gas. We'll be using copper. We'll be using lithium for batteries. All of that stuff should go up in value over time as a good bet overall in general. Obviously, we've got to pick the levels, but the bad bets, I think, are oil and coal, and I don't think those are good bets. So I'm short on oil in mind overall, down to 50 and below, and I'm long on natural gas in mind to move into a new higher range between $3 and $4, whereas we've been trading between $2 and $3 for the last number of years. I think we're moving up into that next range, $1 higher, and that natural gas is the fuel, one of the fuels of the future, which will eventually be phased out into more sustainable fuels like nuclear and better storage capacity, batteries and all that sort of thing. But I think for now, natural gas is going to be pretty important, and I'm bullish.
We're
doing okay. And we're moving up.
I'm only here because of nuclear power, by the way, because where I was born, there's a nuclear power plant, and my father came here in 1976, and that's how he met my mother, because he was actually working on a steel company that helped erect the building and the dome and everything. So it's by the grace of nuclear power that I'm even on this earth. So
wow,
I thought I'd throw that in here. Yep.
Wow, that's super interesting. And where was your father from, Tiger? From
Tennessee.
Scandinavia somewhere, did you say?
No, Tennessee.
From Tennessee. But you have Scandinavian history or relatives or ancestry.
Yeah,
you said
distant ancestry. Yeah. No, Tennessee and Kansas. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, they from 700 miles apart. So that was the only reason I became a thing. Nuclear power.
Wow, that's super interesting. Yeah. Anyway, so that's natural gas and oil, and the other one. So we were talking about.
That's never until today. I just looked at it.
Natural gas.
Let's have a look at lithium, because this is another trade that I have on. And you might say, well, what is lithium? Well, apart from being something that you give to mentally unstable people, it's also very good in batteries as a storage metal. It's a metal, much like uranium and plutonium and all the other EMs. Lithium is one of them, but we think of it as I don't know what we think of it. We think of uranium as a fuel rather than a metal. Lithium is the same sort of thing. It's a metal and a fuel, or not a fuel, but a storage device or metal. So because of all that, and because of this chart pattern, what we just spoke about in terms of energy and batteries and natural gas and copper, all moving up into this new type of tech economy that we've moved into as humans. This is lithium, and I like this chart very much. We made a fresh new low down through this previous low. I always like to see those. We see a lot of this on Bitcoin and other cryptos, these clear outs and then the resumption of the rally. And that's what we've got in lithium. We got long right at the bottom here, and we're still in no changes. We're approaching some resistance here, but I don't think we're going to have a problem with that. And I think we'll move all the way up to the next volume zone into the 60s, maybe the low 50s, but certainly into the 60s, and these market structure breaks, a whole bunch of them over here in this zone here. So yeah, long on lithium as a battery metal, but aligned with these energy plays that we're talking about. Yeah. So awesome. Long on lithium, long on uranium, long on natural gas, and long on dirty old oil. Not for long, though.
Dirty old
oil will be reversed shortly.
Right on. Right. Well, hey, listen, we do have a couple minutes left. They did want me to pass this on one more time. Guys and gals, just a reminder about the Hola Prime Grand Prix Championship. Again, we do have a $5,500 cash prize coming out. You will get a $10,000 account for the trading. Again, it's a great way to sharpen your trading strategy and snag some prizes. So once again, make sure everybody to get set up this week. You can do it by Sunday. So the competition does start on the 7th. But yeah, once again, 7% stop, a 7% loss overall is allowed, up to 7%, I should say, up to 3% daily loss. But yeah, log in, navigate to the competition tab, and you're good to go. Okay, so again, top 20 spots will get a reward, and we'll be definitely shouting out your name in the socials. So definitely wanted to just remind you guys and gals about that one more time. But yeah, that's basically it. So just a couple more things. Looks like for whatever reason, you guys think that my hairstyle belongs in a men's style magazine. That was 43%. So I'll take that as a compliment. And modern and cozy for Coach Michael's trading setup. Looks like that was the highest percentage on there as well, which it is. I do like that. Makes me want to go out to a log cabin somewhere, sit with a bonfire, have some bubblies. I don't know. It's just the vibe I'm getting from that. So. But shoot, ladies
You're
and
such a
gents,
romantic,
we've reached
Tiger.
I know. Well, Coach James,
I can tell you
man,
are. I can tell you are.
Yeah.
Not just from what you just
Of
said. I
course.
know that you're a romantic, just from your videos as well, your intro video.
Just ask my girl. But hey, we've reached the end. We've reached the end of the day. So, Coach James, we appreciate it, man. I was looking forward to having a session.
Yeah, absolutely.
Learned a lot.
That's a pleasure.
You're really up to speed on all the ins and the outs of the markets and how they interact, and I love it. So I learned a lot from you today. Chad, I hope you guys and gals learned some stuff too. Come back, man. Come back sometime. We'd be happy to have you again, my friend.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you so much for having me, and been great trading with you guys and getting to know you a bit better. These are long sessions, aren't they? I do take my hats off to you, by the way. It's not easy sitting here for 4 hours and focusing quite intensely on charts and conversation and so on, and what's going on in general. It's quite hard work. So I'm impressed.
You're right.
You're pros.
We're
You're definitely pros. That's for sure.
No.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, guys,
hang on, guys.
gals,
We're gonna take a quick break for 15 minutes, and then we got the futures session kicking off here in the next 15
minutes. Are you doing that, James?
Oh, actually,
no future session today.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I forgot
no
about
future
that. No session today. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be back for
Well, that's
quiet
it.
markets, I believe, tonight. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
have a
it.
good one, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
All right,
Enjoy your
guys.
day.
Au revoir.
Take it easy.
Take care.
Safe out there.
Au revoir.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.